think I told you that in my courtroom, it's real time to my computer. So I can save it. I was telling you after yesterday, but I kind of wish I had real time. So I could go back and look at testimony. I don't know how jurors would do these things with all the packages going around and that. I mean, if they just tried to read that transcript and that, plus the other 18 pages, would be like, man, we'd be here all day.
Right.
Just all these documents. So, when I was talking to Mike last night, he had the case where the lady road rage and then hit her and then backed up and hit her. It sounds pretty simple, but when he was explaining it, and I was just talking to Emily and Vincent who tried it, it was not a simple case, but everybody in the world, because the media says, oh, how bad hard can this be? She hit her and then said, oh, yeah, I wanted to kill her. But there was a lot of medical issues that was quick on you because you've been psyched a couple times. So it wasn't an easy case.
Go ahead.
That's never stopped me from saying my opinion.
Yeah, right, Judge.
I just
I think I kind of know. If you want to know something, just ask. I also joke that, like when we're waiting on Maryland, there's 15 seconds of downtime, I'm going to fill it.
People need entertainment.
Maybe it was.
I think it's about there. It had to update.
Your Windows update. Well,
I thought I did.
We'll be here all day now.
I saw that last night, and I thought, okay, I'm going to do it, last night and get it done. And I thought I did. But.
So I was going to ask the media if they would just kind of come up and give us word for us, because I understand there's a bunch of people are responding, live texting. Yeah. So can you guys just come up and say you're doing about a 6 or an 8? How are the comments running? We seem kind of relaxed because this is a big case. So I try to tell jurors and said, we do this all the time, and not that we know this is a big case. So not that you should be offended if you don't think we're taking it seriously, but we all are. That's for the live streaming audience, that we do take this extremely serious. That's why we work so hard on it, both sides. So we know each other.
Yeah, we're all friendly with each other. We deal with each other all the time. So.
Okay.
All right. Go on the record. Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. The state will recall Curtis Dobbs. Deputy Dobbs, I just have a few follow-up questions from our discussion yesterday. Did you collect a lot of evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Among the items of evidence you collected, did you collect a pill bottle?
No, I did not.
Was an effort made to locate the pill bottle?
Not a particular effort for a pill bottle.
Okay. Did the sheriff's office, during the searches of their property, search every building on Miss Ruud's land?
Yes.
Okay. And in those buildings, was a pill bottle found?
No.
All right. Did you search the camper trailer?
Yes.
Was a pill bottle found in the camper trailer?
No.
I would direct you back to August 1st of 2017. Did you regularly correspond with the defendant via email?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what that email address was?
Not verbatim, I believe it's like narrow books or
Okay.
something like that.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 33. I want you to look over that and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That's a correspondence, I believe it's on a Google account that I had, the name deputy.gmail.com, I'm corresponding with Ms. Ruud.
Okay, and is that is that email address that you corresponded with Ms. Ruud at? Was that an email address you regularly used to correspond to Ms. Ruud?
Yes.
Okay, and on August 1st of 2017, was there a discussion between you and Ms. Ruud about via email about dreams that she was having?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the court about that correspondence?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. Do you need a record?
I mean, it's a bench trial, so.
Well,
Well, let's go in here.
Okay. Dobbs, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 33 again. Is that a fair and accurate representation of that email that you received from the defendant on August 1st?
Appears to be, yes.
All right. At this time, Judge, I'll move to admit State's Exhibit 33.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Your Honor. I have no further questions for Deputy Dobbs.
Well,
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Dobbs, I believe the state just asked you, and I think you testified yesterday too, that you had collected evidence, a great deal of evidence
Yes.
on the Ruud property, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the collection of that property, did you collect a rake?
Yes.
And did you have that rake tested
Yes.
by the Missouri State Crime Lab?
I believe so, yes.
And did you receive the results of the testing? Well, let me back up, sorry. Did you request that it be tested for certain things?
I believe so, yes.
And what were those things?
Human DNA, I believe, or human bodily fluid or something of that nature.
Okay.
I'd have to read my request.
Yeah, compare. If I told you that one of the reports was for fingerprints, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would say that'd be a possibility.
Okay. And blood, would that be a
Yes.
possibility? Okay. And do you recall what the results were of the?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, he observed he's the one that actually got the reports back.
Well, he can't testify as to the report from the Highway Patrol lab. If she wants the Highway Patrol lab here, she can subpoena them and have them testify.
all right.
That's fine. Thank you.
No further questions for Deputy Dobbs. Your Honor.
Thank you. Make that down.
Your Honor, the state will call Tiffany Fox. She's in the restroom, Your Honor.
Okay. That's fine. Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and be seated.
Is this the clerk's doing? Correct. Thank you.
Could you state your name for the record?
Tiffany Fox.
And Ms. Fox, how are you currently employed?
I work for a medical company currently.
Okay. How were you employed back in July and August of 2017?
I work for the Ozark County Sheriff's Department as a deputy.
How long were you a deputy with the Ozark County Sheriff's Office?
From April 2014 to May of 2018.
And were you in law enforcement before that?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been in law enforcement?
Since 2008.
And you have to have special training and experience for that?
Correct.
Could you tell me about your training and experience?
I went through the Jury Law Enforcement Academy here in Springfield and got my post certification.
So you were post-certified when you were a sheriff's deputy at the Ozark County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Okay. And when did you leave the Ozark County Sheriff's Office?
May of 2018.
All right. Do you recall August 4th of 2017? Why do you recall that date?
I went with other members of the Sheriff's Department to serve a search warrant.
Okay. Do you recall where that search warrant was served at?
Yes,
Where was that?
at Rebecca Ruud's residence.
Okay, and do you see Ms. Ruud here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify her for us, please?
She's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a black blazer and a white shirt.
All right, as the record reflects that the witness has identified the defendant.
Very well.
Thank you. And can you tell us, do you recall what time you went out to serve that search warrant?
I believe it was right at 7 a.m.
And when you arrived at the property, can you tell us about the condition of the property?
You had to go through a long driveway because there was like a field before you got to there was a gate. And we arrived at the gate that was locked.
All right. Was an attempt made to contact the defendant to unlock that gate?
Yes.
And did she come down and speak with members of law enforcement?
Eventually, yes, she did come.
How long did it take her to get down to the gate?
It was quite some time. I remember we arrived there at 7 and we didn't actually get onto the property until about a little after 8.
All right. Did anyone else come down with her to the gate?
Yes.
All right. Who came with her?
Robert Peep Jr.
All right. And was that gate eventually opened?
Yes.
All right. And did you and the other members of law enforcement enter the defendant's property?
Yes.
What was your role during the execution of the search warrant?
I was there as support. I wasn't there on the original call when all of everything started. Excuse me. So I was just basically support. I assisted in helping collect evidence, take pictures, just different various things that they needed me to do.
Okay. Okay. And were there also cadaver dogs present that day?
Yes.
All right. And what did anyone advise the defendant on what to do during this execution of this warrant?
They were just told not to interfere. They were free to do what they wanted to, but just not to interfere with what the investigation.
Were they being detained in any way?
No.
All right. And do you recall during the execution of the search warrant if there was some activity at the top of a hill?
Yes.
All right. And where was the defendant when this activity was occurring?
She was just outside of where her residence was by a vehicle in some lawn chairs.
Do you remember about what time this activity occurred?
I would say around 9, a little after 9.
Okay. And when you saw this activity occurring, did you observe the defendant do anything out of the ordinary or unusual?
I didn't observe it. I was just notified that she had...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is what she's about to testify, I believe, was going to be hearsay.
Just say.
I'm going to show you a copy. Did you write a report in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Let me approach. All right. If you could review your report starting at this at 09:14 hours, and don't read it out loud, but review it and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Did Ms. Ruud inform you of anything that morning?
Yes, she did.
All right, what did she inform you of?
That she had urinated herself
And what time did that occur?
at 9:14.
Okay. Did the defendant herself ever complain to you about needing to use the restroom?
No, she did not.
All right. And do you know where was the defendant and was the defendant with Mr. Peep?
Yes, they were together.
Okay. Where were they in relation to the top of the hill?
I don't know the exact feet, but it was quite a ways. I would say a couple 100 yards.
Was the top of the hill observable from that spot?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Could you see activity from that spot?
Couldn't see it, but you could tell the presence of activity had increased.
Okay. Can you explain that for us, please?
There was more tools that we were needing from all the vehicles down kind of by where she was at, the sheriff's office vehicles and.
So were more items and tools being brought up that area?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And when the defendant notified you that she had urinated herself, how did she react?
Just pretty calm for somebody that, she didn't really have a lot of emotion.
Okay. Did she complain to you that she was being detained?
She did mention that, and again, we told her no.
All right. And did you go to the top of the hill that day?
At some point, yes, I did.
And did you assist in disassembling that brush pile?
I did not take pieces off of it, no.
Okay. Was that the extent of your involvement in the investigation that day?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Judge, I will pass the witness.
Hello?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Marcello.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and be seated.
S-I-L-O.
M-A-R-S-I.
M-A-R-S-I-L-O.
First part. Thank you.
All right. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Joseph Marcello.
And Joseph, how are you employed?
I'm retired, actually.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Region G K-9 search team?
Yes, sir. I'm the K-9 coordinator for that team.
Okay. And is that something you do in your retirement?
Yes, I do.
All right. Have you volunteered? Is that a volunteer thing or?
Volunteer, just like a volunteer fire department.
Okay. And could you explain to the court what the Region G K-9 search team is?
Region G K-9 Search Team is a team made up of volunteers and trained canines that primarily work the 9 counties of Region G, but we also get called out to Greene County, Marys County, Phelps County. We work any place that they call us. And we look for people that are missing, alive and deceased.
And is Ozark County in Region G?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, you said, let's see. Let me go back. Did you receive a request to assist with an investigation involving a missing juvenile in August of 2017?
Yes, I did.
And what agency requested your assistance?
It was the Ozark County Sheriff's, I believe it was Sheriff Reed that called me.
Was this in reference to Savannah Leckie?
Yes, it was.
And did you agree to assist with their investigation?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about how your involvement in that investigation started.
Well, they gave me some specifics about the case, and we agreed to bring the cadaver dog or two cadaver dogs down and search the property.
Let me ask you about cadaver dogs. Is there a difference between a cadaver dog and a dog that would find somebody that may just be missing and alive?
Yes, we don't use the term cadaver dog anymore. We use human remains detection dog. A human remains or an HR dog specifically looks for decomposition. A live find dog, such as a tracking dog, trailing dog, or an area search dog, looks for people that are missing.
Okay. Do you have any special training or experience of handling those dogs?
Yes, I've been doing it for 15 years now.
Okay. Can you briefly tell the court about your training and experience regarding those types of dogs?
Well, going way back, I started in 1970 training bird dogs, which is basically a scent detection dog. And I did that up until about 2006, 2007. I joined Nebraska Task Force 1, which is a disaster dog task force. I stayed with them for about 17 months, and then I joined a team in Illinois called St. Clair Special Emergency Services. And along the way, you go to training seminars. They have pretty good instructors out there. You learn tracking, trailing, human remains, and you keep going to these seminars until you feel confident enough that you can get your dog certified to go out on a case. The dog becomes operational.
How many dogs do you currently have?
I have 9 dogs.
Okay. And can you tell us about the certification process of those dogs?
Certification, I'm currently an evaluator for American Working Dog Association. I go out and I evaluate cadaver dog teams, live find teams. The dog has to be a minimum of a year old, and there's a certain standard that dog has to pass. Like in human remains, the dog has 4 stations that it has to complete. Buried, elevated, surface, and a blank station. The handler has 30 minutes to complete each station before the dog passes. And it's pass or fail. If the dog doesn't find the decomposition, they fail. They have to come back another time.
Okay. And are all of your dogs currently certified?
Yes, they are.
And I'm going to direct you back to August 4th of 2017. Do you recall going out to a piece of property in rural Ozark County?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what the address of that piece of property was?
Oh, that was...
would it be did you write a report in this matter?
I've got a 7-page report.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to refer to that report?
It's on, yes, it was on 4118 County Road 905 in Theodosia.
Okay. And was this, did you go to this property to search for potential human remains?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How many dogs did you bring with you that day?
I brought 2 dogs.
All right, which dogs were they?
A German Shepherd, Vera. She was 8.5 years old. And I brought a Belgian Malinois by the name of Ice. She was 5 years old.
And why do you bring 2 dogs to a site like this?
It's always good to have the dog verify what the other dog finds. At that time, those were the only dogs that I had on my team. Currently, I think we have about 6 HRD dogs, and we don't go on a search with no less than 4 dogs. Sometimes there's an environmental factor that will make a dog alert, such as methane gas or pocket gophers. The dog will stick his head down in a hole and he'll alert. Well, there's nothing but a gopher down there, so we run 2 or 3 other dogs to make sure that there's really human remains there.
So the reason you bring multiple dogs is to confirm the first dog's findings.
Right.
All right. And did you enter this property with members of law enforcement on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the weather like that day?
Well, it was,
Would that be in your report?
that's in my report, if I could refer to it.
Yes, if it would refresh your recollection.
Temperature was 65 degrees, wind was 4 miles per hour out of the north, sky was overcast. That was the weather.
Okay. Is noting the weather important for the use of your dogs?
Yes, it is.
All right, how can the weather affect your dogs?
Well, first of all, if it's too hot, the dog's going to overheat on you.
And did they stop working?
I wouldn't say they'd stop working. They'll work until they drop, and then you'll find yourself in a situation where you have a dog that's got heat exhaustion. So you always have to be aware of the dog's safety.
All right. So that would the weather be more for the dog's safety than anything else?
Yes, when you go on a search like this in July or August, you always want to get here 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and start as early as possible, and then pace yourself. If you see the dog's overheating, then you stop.
All right. And what time did you get to the property? What time did you actually get on the property that morning?
I believe I got to the property. We arrived at the property at 0724,
All right.
7:24 in the morning.
And was this, to your knowledge, was this pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did you search the entirety of this property with your dogs?
I believe I searched, I think there was either 82 or 84 acres in total. And I think I searched around 40 to 45 acres of it.
Did you search multiple buildings as part of your search?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Which canine did you bring in well, let me back up. Did you bring in a canine into any of those buildings?
Yes, I brought Canine Vera, the German Shepherd.
Okay. And which buildings did you bring? Is it a girl dog?
It's a female dog, yes.
Which buildings on the property did you bring her into?
The first building I searched was I believe it was a camper trailer. It was supposed to be the residence of the missing girl. And then I went into the main residence. There was a garage attached to it. I searched the garage. I searched the first floor. Searched the second floor. And I don't know if there was any other outbuildings there, but at the very end of the search, I searched the trailer on the back of the property where we found a dead goat. There was some hay. It was a hay storage building. We searched that also.
All right. Now let me ask you about your dogs. When they discover, how do they let you know that they've discovered something?
Well, both dogs have what they call a passive alert, which means when the dog detects human remains, it's going to either sit down or it's going to lay down. My dogs sit down when they alert on human remains.
And do your dogs detect, does a body or human remains actually need to be present for your dog to alert?
No, sir.
Okay. Could you explain that for us?
There's such a thing called residual scent. Residual scent, basically, to make it simple, is you walk into an elevator 10 minutes after somebody's been in there with an overwhelming amount of perfume. And you can smell that perfume even though that person's not there. Or you walk into someone's house that's a smoker, and you immediately know they're a smoker without seeing anybody smoke. If a body is present, it gives off decomposition, it contaminates everything. Currently, I've got 2 videos that I recently took of 2 of my newer dogs that are working on grave dirt. Okay, the body was in the grave, you took the body out, we were lucky enough to get portions. We got this at a seminar. That grave dirt was obtained in 2010. That's 12 years ago. The dog's still alert on it.
So are your dogs trained to alert on residual scent?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And
They will either alert or you'll get what the term we use in search and rescue as a noticeable change of behavior.
noticeable change of behavior. Okay. So when you went into the camper trailer with your dog, did you observe a noticeable change of behavior?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. And when you went into the other outbuildings on the property, did you observe a noticeable change of behavior?
No, sir.
All right. And now, was there anywhere on the property where you observed your dog have a noticeable change of behavior?
Yes, there was.
And where was that?
We were coming down a hill after searching. I believe we searched a number of burn piles. We were coming down a hill, and we noticed a very large brush pile that they had cedar trees piled up. And I was with Sergeant Warrant. He was acting as my flanker. A flanker is a person that stays on either side of you and your dog, and they watch out for barbed wire or anything that can, hurt us. And he said to me, that looks like a pretty good place to search. Because when you're out searching, what you're looking for is depressions in the ground, mounds in the ground, rock piles, vehicles, outbuildings, any place where you figure a body could be. So he said to me, that might be a good place to search. And I said to him, I'm going to go past it and turn the dog around into it because I want to be downwind of it. In other words, the wind was blowing towards our backs. So when we passed this brush pile, I turned my dog into it and I gave her a command, which I say "Such." "Such" is search in German. And I put her into the brush pile.
Okay. And when she was placed into the brush pile, did you observe a noticeable change of behavior from her?
I noticed a full alert. She pulled her head back and she sat down and she looked at me. And that's their cue to, pay me.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. I didn't ask you this question. Are your dogs trained to find bones?
Yes, that's part of bones, blood, human tissue. That's part of the process of training a cadaver.
Right, so bones, tissue, blood, scents of a decomposing body.
Anything. We use a lot of placenta. We get people volunteer with placenta when a baby is born, and that's human remains. We cut that up and use it in little vials and hide that, and that's how you train that dog.
Okay. So when your first canine gave a full alert, did you seek to confirm that alert?
First thing I did was Warren Reedman said to me, I've got gloves on. How about I tear that pile apart and see what's in it? And I said, no, don't touch it. I'm going to run her through it again. And I redirected the dog. In other words, I took her out of the pile and I gave her the command to sleep again. She put her nose in there and she did that 3 times. So I told Warren, I said, don't touch the pile. I'm going to put my dog up and I'm going to get another dog to verify it.
Okay. And did you get your other dog?
Yes, I did.
All right. Tell me about that.
I took Canine Ice over to the pile. I gave her the command soup, and she put her nose in the pile, and she immediately sat down and looked at me.
And to the best of your knowledge, were remains located in that pile?
After they took the pile apart, there was a long line of ashes, and I didn't know it was remains at the time, but it turned out to be remains.
Now, you mentioned earlier finding a dead goat. Can you tell me about that?
While law enforcement was processing this scene, they were sifting the bones, or sifting the ashes. Warrant said, well, how about you search the rest of the property while we're doing this? Because they really didn't know if it was human remains. And I continued searching. I searched a couple of fields, I searched the pond, and I searched another trailer, that had hay stored in it. And I noticed an odor coming from the bottom of the trailer, and I looked underneath it, and there was a goat here, dead goat.
All right, so you found the goat, not your dog.
Yeah, my dogs don't pay attention to dead animals or rotten meat, or that's a fallacy that you're going to be able to mask the scent of a body by putting rotten meat on top of it. That doesn't happen because dogs' noses are made completely different from ours. We have 6 million scent receptors in our nose to smell by. A bloodhound has 300 million. A German Shepherd has 225 million, and a Belgian Malinois has 200 million. So they can smell way beyond what we can even comprehend.
And so what, get back up here. How many, over the course of your career as a human remains dog handler, how many bodies have you located?
Canine Bearer located approximately a dozen finds. Bodies, full bodies, pieces of bodies. We found all kinds of situations. She's credited with at least a dozen finds.
And did your canines alert anywhere else on the property that day? All right. At this time, I will pass the witness.
Forgive me, is it Marcio or Marcillo?
Marcillo.
Marcillo, okay, thank you for correcting me on that. All right, well, Mr. Marcillo, I do have a few questions for you. You said that prior to conducting the search that you were briefed on what you were getting ready to deploy your dog to. Is that correct? And who spoke to you about that?
We met at the sheriff's office at 6:30, and there was a sheriff, a highway patrol investigator, Warren Reedman, and basically they showed me a map of the property and showed me where we will be searching.
Okay.
I always kind of like to know where we're going to be searching, what kind of terrain it's going to be, and that's what they discussed at that time.
Okay. And Mr. Marcillo, you indicated that the temperature at the time that you arrived at the property was 67 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you also made a note about the wind speed, correct?
Yes.
And was that the wind was out of the north? Does you recall that?
Wind was out of the north at 4 miles per hour.
Okay. And
We do it on every search. We put down the temperature and the wind, just for a matter of record.
okay. Do you make any other observations about the weather typically in a report?
A lot of times we'll put the humidity down, with the rain, overcast, sunny. We also put the GPS coordinates down.
And in this search, did you note the humidity?
I don't believe I did. Okay, I don't believe I did.
And why would the humidity be significant to note in a search?
Well, I know we have a lot of, we've had humid weather down here in Missouri. As good or bad as it is, you still have to deal with it when you're out there. I don't believe it plays a big part in scent, but does play a big factor in scent is whether you're searching in the morning or searching in the evening. Towards the evening, the scent starts dropping lower to the ground. The it could settle down in ditches and holes. In the morning it rises, but humidity, I put it down as a matter of record. But like I said, no matter what the humidity is, we still have to go out and search.
So humidity does have an effect on the scent, or the availability, I guess, of whatever the dog is trying to detect?
It may. I've never noticed any kind of a problem when our dogs are out, whether it's hot, cold, raining, or, whether it's always high humidity down here. But we still have to deal with it. I can't say, well, my dog didn't find anything because it was too humid. That's not a factor.
In your training, as a human remains detection dog handler, is humidity a topic that you either instruct on or were instructed on?
Yes, sir. It's just something like the GPS coordinates. We put it down, we put down the wind speed, direction, whether it's light, whether it's dark. I don't care if there's a tornado out there. I mean, we worked Joplin for 5 days, and we had really bad weather. There were days there, but I could care less. We still go out.
Okay. And I believe your testimony too was that one of the biggest factors whenever deploying the human remains detection dogs is the temperature, correct?
Yes.
And if it's too hot, that your dog might work itself into heat exhaustion.
You don't want to show up on a search at 10 o'clock in the morning in the middle of August, or the beginning of August. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You're going to go out there and put this dog to extreme temperatures. You're not going to last an hour, 2 hours. Your dog will overheat on you and possibly die. So.
How long were you at the property in Theodosia?
Well, we got there at 7:24, and I believe I left the search ended at 15:30, which is 3:30. I left at 1600, which is 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. And did you record or make any record of the temperature whenever you departed?
No, ma'am.
Was it warmer than 67 degrees at that point?
It wasn't a scorching day, but it was probably, I don't know, maybe mid-70s. It was tolerable. If it wasn't, I would have ended the search. If it got to the point where I thought my dog was in jeopardy, I would stop the search.
The 2 dogs you had with you were Bera and Ice, is that correct? And do they have the same credentials or the same training?
They do, but Bera was a much more experienced dog. I started training her when she was 4 months old. She's certified at a year old, and she had been on multiple searches. We've done over 200 searches. Ice was a dog. She was a rescue that I got, and I think she was probably 3 or 4 years old when I got her, and she was pretty hard-headed when I got her. And I worked with her. Matter of fact, she certified, I believe, on July 31st of that year, and I took her out on that search. She did very well. So she didn't have as much field experience as the other dog did, which is important.
Was that Canine Ice's first deployment with the certification?
It was the first find, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Marcillo, I think you indicated that you're now an evaluator with the American Working Dog Association. And were you certified as an evaluator prior to, when did you become an evaluator?
It was probably about 3 years ago. You have to go through what they call an apprenticeship training, and basically what you do is you go with another evaluator, a person that is already an evaluator, and you have to go through 10 HR certifications with them. I believe it's 10 trailing, 5-area search and 2 water searches. And ultimately, you find yourself going to Texas and Illinois, and wherever there's an evaluator putting on a certification, you go down there and you work with them and you get credit for it and you log it in. And at the end of that period of time, you become an evaluator.
Okay. And Mr. Marcillo, was it your testimony that only Canine Vera searched in any of the buildings on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did not deploy a second dog in the buildings?
I didn't need to. If I had gotten an alert, I would have taken the other dog.
Prior to deploying the dogs, had you spoken to anyone at the scene that day about what the alerts look like? If you recall?
Anyone in law enforcement?
Correct.
I don't believe so. It's none of their concern, really. I mean, I may have mentioned that if I do find something, my dog is probably she's going to sit. That's going to alert them. That's really not, they're not concerned with my dog's alert. They're concerned with me finding what I'm looking for.
And was the dog that was actually actively searching in your sight at all times?
Yes, ma'am. That's the only way you can read your dog is if you constantly look at it.
And I think you stated that it was Sergeant Wiedemann that was your flanker or accompanied you?
Sergeant Wiedemann.
Was he the only law enforcement officer that accompanied you on the search that day?
No, I believe I started out with some of the deputies from Ozark County. We did a couple of the burn piles, and then we kind of switched back and forth, and I ended up with Warrant. Warrant has he's been my flanker on quite a few searches. So I already knew Warrant before I got to the search.
And was it your testimony too that Sergeant Wiedemann had pointed to the pile where ultimately Vera alerted?
Well, he really didn't point to it. We were kind of looking at it at the same time. And he said, that'd probably be a good area to search. And I said, yeah, I was thinking that. I said, but let me get past it so I can put the dog into the wind. You always want to work with the wind blowing in the dog's face.
Okay. Mr. Marcillo, you had indicated that the dogs will signal on either buried, elevated, surface, or, well, those are the three. Are those the three types of?
There's surface, where you hide something on the surface of the ground. There's buried, where you can put it 3 feet below the ground. We have guidelines. And elevated, you can put it as high as 20 feet up in the tree. Naturally, you're not going to put something 20 feet up in the tree, so I put it maybe about 8 feet. I'll stand on a tractor with one of these poles, and I'll put the hide, we call it a hide. We'll put it up in the tree, and then we'll come back, and then about an hour later, we let them run the dog on it, and the dog has to pick that up. They also have to be within a certain distance. So on an elevated find, that dog has to be 1.5 times the distance. So if I put it 8 feet up in the tree, that dog can be 12 feet away and indicate and still pass. If it's on the ground, they have to be within 2 feet before they pass.
And Mr. Marcillo, when you were searching in some of the buildings, did you have some concerns?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain your concerns?
When I got to the main building, I understood that they make soap, or they make live soap, and there were some areas in the rooms that had bags of powder. There was like white powder on the floor, and I assumed that it was lye. So I expressed my concern to the deputy that I'm not going to let my dog go over there and put his nose down and, get lye in his nose. Again, my main concern on any search I go on is the safety of my dog. So there was a few areas that I stayed away from. I mean, you could visibly see there was nothing there, but I didn't want the dog to go over and walk in, step in the lye, or put his nose in the lye.
You said that in the training process that it's typically human placenta that is used as a way for
Well, human
dogs to...
placenta is decomposition. It decomposes. And it's readily available if you know people that are going to have a baby. I have a form letter it's not that I go follow a pregnant woman around, but if you know somebody that's going to have a baby, I'll give them a letter and say, would you consider donating your placenta to our training? I actually had I had a female doctor at the VA center up in Columbia, and she gave me 2 placentas. So what I do is I go up, pick up the placenta, I bring them a thing of flowers, to show my gratitude, and I take that and I put it in a special freezer. I certainly don't keep it with my hamburgers. And that's what we use to train. Now, we have a training field right outside where my kennel is. And there's one area of the training field where I buried 3 placentas 3 feet below the ground with a backhoe. And every training session, we run the dogs by there to make sure that they can still alert on them. And they get a positive alert every time.
Mr. Marcello, in your training to become an evaluator with the AWDA, just frankly, how much science do you go into in your training?
How much what?
Like the science of the chemicals and things like that the dogs are detecting. And also whether human remains, like a placenta, doesn't have skin, correct?
Yeah.
But if there was a human remains that were covered in skin, I guess, do you go into any sort of depth, or are you trained on different things there? What's the scope of your knowledge?
You don't do that as an evaluator. That's something you've picked up along the way from the experience you gain. You find out what works and what doesn't work. There's some people that don't want to, some evaluators don't believe in testing on blood. They say, well, what if a person cut their finger and they wrap the rag around? We go by everything from the human body. Blood, skin, fingernails. I've got a jar full of teeth that I got from the dentist. You can take one tooth and hide it behind the bumper of a car, and we do vehicle searches, and the dog will alert on one tooth. So we use everything that's available. Some people are lucky enough, and I know it sounds horrible, but some people are lucky enough to get a foot or a finger or some kind of a body part, and it's a tremendous aid in training the dog. In training a cadaver dog, you can't use a hot dog. You got to use parts of the body.
your training, did you receive any instruction on whether or not a manner of death or condition of a body might affect the amount of scent that is just available for a dog to detect?
Cause of death has nothing to do with the amount of scent coming off that body. Whether somebody was shot, stabbed, strangled, cut in pieces, scent is scent. The longer that body stays out there, the more scent you're going to get.
Do you know specifically what chemical the dogs are looking for?
No, I don't. I try and keep things simple. I mean, I don't get into the biological terms and what's specific. It doesn't matter to me. If it's human decomposition and my dog alerts on it, that's what matters. I train my dogs strictly on human remains. Like I said, right now, some of the newer dogs on the team, we're exposing them to grave dirt. And grave dirt is just dirt that a body was in. I don't know how long that body was in there, but they took the body out and people took bags of dirt. It's a little bag that I have at home, a handful of dirt. And I've got that dirt since 2012. And like I said, I'll put that out and that dog will slam dunk that thing every day. So we don't know. I don't believe there's been enough testing that can determine how long a body has to be there before a dog will alert or show a change of behavior, but they do it. Anytime we can get a piece of clothing that a person was wearing when they were deceased, we use that as a training aid. It's a valuable tool for us. So it's kind of a science that they haven't really gotten into, but there are studies that I can leave prosecutor with these studies that I've found where they place decomposition in a building, and over a period of time they remove the items, and the dogs were still alerting or showing a noticeable change of behavior up until a year. Now it could be longer than a year. I know one guy in St. Louis that I train with that has a piece of carpet that somebody was deceased laying on.
I'm actually going to interrupt you, Mr. Marcillo. Have you actually written any studies, or have you been published or conducted anything like that?
Oh man, I'm a dog handler. I'm not a writer.
So you're not exploring the science behind it.
No.
You're in the field. You're deploying the dogs.
That's good enough for me. I'm too old to start another field.
All right. So you haven't had any specific training then on. You may have read studies, but you haven't had specific training, or you haven't conducted any studies yourself regarding, I guess, the length of time, or conducted any specific experiments.
We experiment and we test the dogs all the time in different scenarios. We'll place HR in the water, we'll place it up a tree, we'll put cow manure over it. There was one time they took a stick and they smeared it with blood and they let it dry, and then they painted over it and they put it out in the field, and our dogs had to go find it. The dog found that every single time. So it works for me. Like I said, I don't want to be a scientist. I just want to keep being a dog handler until I can't do it no more.
And I think what you were referring to, like you referred to grave dirt, correct?
Grave dirt.
And you referred to blood.
Yes.
You referred to placenta.
Yes.
But you, actually, I'd strike that. I won't ask. Did you know for sure that any of those chemicals in there were lye?
No, but I wasn't going to take a chance.
Okay. That concludes my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcello. From your own experiences as a human remains dog handler, what is the soonest after death your dogs have picked up a residual scent?
Well, I never really had anybody like die right in front of me. But from my own personal experience, they say decomposition starts a few minutes after death. From my own personal experience, I was taking my
Your Honor, I'm
father's
going to
pulse.
object. I think we've got a foundation problem that he has indicated to us in the sense. Thank you.
Okay, without talking about the science behind it or your thoughts on decomposition, are you able to say what's the soonest your dogs have ever picked up a residual scent following death?
Not following death, but following the removal of a body. I went to the body farm.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's non-responsive to the question.
He's trying to answer the question, Your Honor, based on
Not your question.
I think he is.
Okay. I'll sustain it. Ask another question.
Okay. Did you have occasion to go to a body farm one time and witness your dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us about body farms? What are body farms?
Body farm is a place where people donate their body after death, and they're put out in cages in about a 25-acre area, and they study the decomposition process in the body. It's not specifically for canines, but it's an anthropology center. And a canine group down in Texas gets permission to work this farm. And you get to work bodies in different stages of decomposition, from somebody that's died for maybe 3 days, somebody that's 30 days, and then there's graves that they work, and then there's areas where they have a body and they take the body out and they see how long, what the reaction to the dog is going to be.
So is it a fair statement to say these body farms contain bodies that are freshly dead all the way to dust?
Yes.
All right. And
Horrible place.
And have you brought your dogs out to body farm before?
I brought canine bear out there.
Okay. And when you're at these body farms, are the bodies marked in any way, like this body died on this date and this?
No, sir.
Are they just in various stages of decomposition?
Various stages. Some of them are pink, some of them are brown, some of them are covered in maggots. They're all different stages.
All right. And are you familiar, through your training experience, with the different stages of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about your training and experience regarding the stages of decomposition and how you know that?
Well, initially, I believe after the first couple of minutes when the person dies, the organs start to decomp.
Let me stop you right there. How do you know this?
The only personal experience I've had with decomposition was taking someone's pulse at the moment they died, and their skin turned from what we call EMS terms pink and warm, very slimy. I mean, the texture of their skin immediately changed.
Have your dogs ever been able to detect anyone in that stage?
I've never had anybody that died right there that my dog can detect.
Okay. So going back to my kind of original question, what's this? How soon has your dogs detected on someone following death? To your knowledge.
30 minutes.
Now let me go back and ask you about Canine Vera searching the buildings. You mentioned that you had Vera and Ice, and Ice was less experienced than Vera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you start with Vera because of her experience?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was ICE used to verify whatever findings
Yes.
Vera came up with?
She was the second dog to verify, whatever verified.
Okay. And you mentioned that you never noticed a problem with your dogs regardless of weather. What kind of weather conditions have you worked your dogs in?
All kinds of weather.
Do they work in the rain?
Work in the rain.
They work in the extreme heat?
They do, but I don't like to put them out there in extreme heat.
And is that because of their safety?
Yes.
And how much time and money and effort are you putting into training these dogs?
To finish a dog, it takes approximately 2 years. The average cost of being in a search and rescue group is between $10,000 and $15,000 a year. You know, you don't get funded by anyone. You don't get any grants. Everything comes out of your own pocket. It's not a hobby. It's a lifestyle.
And so if one of your dogs is injured, is that a big loss to you?
Yes, it is. That's why you have multiple dogs. Because if my dog goes down, I have to have another dog take its place right away.
We'll pass the witness, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Marcillo, you said, I think you used the term freshly dead when referring to some of the, I guess, bodies that are at the body farm, correct?
You're not going to find anybody freshly dead at the body farm.
Okay, can you define what you mean? Or I think it was actually Mr. Brown who asked that in his question. But what would freshly dead mean to you in that context?
Freshly dead means that somebody drowned in a pond and they called me out and I got there within 30 minutes and we alerted on the spot that he went down. And they pulled him out of the same spot.
So, Mr. Marcillo, then my question would be, whenever you mentioned like the freshly dead and you indicated that the soonest you'd ever, I guess, had a dog detect was 30 minutes, correct? Was that the scenario, someone drowned in a pond and your dog detected?
Yes, they put us in a boat, going out to the last place they saw him in the pond, which was one of these floating docks, and my dog indicated right by the dock that he was down there. And that's where they ultimately found him.
So that body was submerged in the water?
He was underwater. He was in 22 feet of water.
About the types of detection, whether it was buried, elevated, surface, residual, would that be considered a buried? What type of detection would that be considered? Someone who's in 22 feet of water?
That's water.
So there's actually another.
There's a certification for water. That's open water and shoreline. Open water is done from a boat. And when you pass the shoreline, you have 100 feet of shoreline that you have to search for the decomp. If the dog alerts on that and passes, then you go in the boat and you have to search an area equivalent to be about 4 acres, and that dog has to alert within 12 feet past that test.
And so that is a different type of certification?
That's a different certification, yes.
Okay.
Same organization. Actually, all of these certifying agencies have the same thing. Some a little different than others, but they're all basically have water and they have land. They call it HRD land and HRD water.
And just to clarify, BARA and ICE were HRD land?
ICE was HRD land, BARA was HRD land, water, open water, and shoreline. She was also tracking and trailing.
have any further questions, Mr. Marcello. Thank you.
I have no follow-up, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let me ask you one question just so I'm clear. Can your dog spot or alert on every location that a body could have been, such as in the camper, in the pickup, and at the burn pile? Will it alert on all three places?
Yes, sir. When I went in that camper, I wasn't expecting to find a body in there because obviously there wouldn't be a search. I was expecting to find some kind of residual odor. And when you work your dog, you pay attention to your dog's head. Because the dog, in the search and rescue community, there's a term called a head pop. And that's why you have flankers out there. If you don't see your dog and a flanker is looking at your dog and your dog is walking and all of a sudden he goes like that, that means sometimes he gets a whiff of an odor. So I was expecting some kind of a head pop, or I was expecting the dog to paw at an area. If the body is gone for a long time and the dog doesn't alert, the dog is going to pay particular attention to a section of the bed. He may paw it, he may rub his head on it. It's a change of behavior, and I didn't see any change of behavior in any of the buildings that I searched.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. They may have another.
They may have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Marcello.
Some follow-up. Mr. Marcello, I have a few questions for you. As far as residual scent is concerned, if the clothing or the bedding and things like that, let's just, if someone, you were in the camper, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a bed in the camper?
There was a bed in the camper.
Did you make any observations about that bed?
There was a lot of clothes on it. There was garbage in there. There was food in there. It was in complete disarray. I searched every inch of that camper.
About how long were you in the camper?
As long as it took to go from one end to the other, back and forth. I had a trooper in there with me. They don't ever search without law enforcement. I had a trooper in there, and I watched that dog go around the bed, around the cabinets, garbage pail. The dog didn't show any indication at all that there was anything in there. And then we moved. Actually, I think what I had them do is even open up the septic tank. And I made the dog put her nose down in the septic tank. We didn't get any indication.
And that was the first place that
That's
the
the
dog...
first place I searched. I went from my car to the camper and the buildings.
Have you had training about, well, you've had training about residual scent, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know, did you receive any training about how long, I guess, a residual scent might linger?
It's really, I've got one, like I said, I've got one here. They claim, they didn't say when it ends, but they say up until a year, the dogs were still indicating in certain rooms where the objects were kept. But based on the grave dirt that I have, that's 12 years old, and my dogs alert on that like it's fresh, I would say that residual scent very rarely ever goes away. It's there. We can't smell it, like I said, because of our nose. A dog can smell. You could take a teardrop from a baby and put it in the center of a football field, and that dog will find it. You just have to grid the field and work into the wind. As much as I work with them, they still amaze me.
So the studies that you've referenced there, that you've read, but you didn't author,
No.
and you haven't talked with the authors or anything like that. You haven't conducted independent experiments relating to that, correct?
Yeah.
Well, independent scientific experiments.
We Yeah, we conduct experiments all the time. We did a search once where our dogs alerted on a plastic tote. And one of the parents happened to mention that their son was cut up and put in a plastic tote. So when I buried these placentas, I carried them in a plastic tote. I went back and I hosed the tote off, and I hosed the cover off. There was just a little bit of blood on that cover. I hosed it off, and I left it out in the field. And we train as a team once a month. They train independently. Every time we train, those dogs alert on that tote and on the cover.
In training, you're not analyzing which chemical. You don't know specifically
Blood.
which chemical. Well,
It's just blood.
but blood's not a chemical itself, correct?
Whatever chemical is in blood, that's what the dogs alert on. And it's kind of like putting spaghetti sauce in a white plastic bowl. You can wash that bowl forever and you still have that red tint in there. I imagine that scent permeates into that plastic.
But you're talking that was blood, correct?
Yes.
And so if it was not blood, or if there were no fluids that leaked onto that, could that have an effect on the strength of the residual scent or the ability for it?
Blood or body fluid would be the same thing. It's coming off the body, it's decomposition. Like I said, there's no way we could ever smell it. A dog will smell it every time.
And you, though, as I think you've already testified, a simply fresh body, no trauma, no blood, no apparent fluid, things like that, you've never been able to test your dog on that scenario. Someone who is, as we said, I think the phrase was freshly dead within 30 minutes.
I had one that was 6 days old, and I had one that was 30 days old. 6 days, the girl was about 100 yards down a hill, and myself and Vera and another flanker were walking along the ridge, and Vera picked her head up and ran straight down the hill. And I said, well, I better follow my dog. And when I went down there, she was standing over the body of this girl.
But never like a few hours dead. You've never had that scenario.
No.
Okay.
30 minutes, like I said, was.
And that was an underwater situation.
Decom still comes up to the surface.
Okay. Concluded my questions. Thank you.
I have nothing in follow-up to Ms. Wellborn's questions.
Yeah, I can make that down. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Judge, our next witness will probably be pretty long. It is pretty close to the lunch hour.
Break till 1.
That'll work.
Hey, if you open the door over there.
It's been opened, yes, I will.
All right, I'll see you back at 1.
Thank you.
Okay, go back on the record. Brown?
Judge, before I call my next witness, I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 4, death certificate of Savannah Frances Lee Leckie.
Admitted?
And Judge, while we were off the record, we discussed a stipulation as to the, and it's not in writing, but we are going to put it on the record and agree to stipulate to it as to the lab results that were referred to earlier for the 2 rakes. If called to testify, we expect the Highway Patrol Crime Lab examiners to testify that the rakes had no biological material on them, but that the rakes were collected by the Sheriff's Office in June of 2018.
And the only thing I want to say, no biological evidence and no fingerprints. That was the 2 things.
That's all negative for anything that was shown that the victim was somehow in contact with the handles.
Correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
Not to that, for that, Your Honor.
Okay. Next witness.
The state will call Robert Pete Jr.
I'm checking with my clerk because her dad has been in the hospital, and it's very unusual for her not to be in the courthouse, and I can't find her. Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Going to be seated.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Robert Pete Jr.
And are you the son of Robert Pete Sr.?
Yes.
All right. And do you know the lady that's sitting at the end of council table all the way to your right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Rebecca.
And who is Rebecca to you? Hold on a second. We've got to adjust the microphone. Who is Rebecca to you?
My wife.
Okay.
Just scoot up to the mic a little bit. I've had one person this morning that didn't want to talk to the other court, but it drove me crazy.
Yeah, make sure you're speaking into the mic so the court can hear you and everyone else can hear you. How long have you known the defendant?
Several years.
Okay. Now let me ask you something, Mr. Pete. Are you also currently charged in this matter?
Yes.
All right. And you have an attorney representing you here today, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you are you choosing to speak with us here today?
Yes.
All right. How long? So you said you've known the defendant a long time. How long is a long time?
Maybe 10 years.
How did you first become acquainted with her?
Met at a bar.
Did y'all were y'all romantically involved at some point?
Yes.
When did you first start dating the defendant? again, consistent?
On again, off again.
Okay. Are you familiar with Savannah Leckie?
Yes.
All right, who is Savannah Leckie?
Rebecca's daughter.
How long did you know Savannah?
I met her a couple of times in Minnesota, and then when Rebecca and I started dating again, she was living with Rebecca, so.
Okay, and you said you're married to the defendant. When were you married?
After Savannah had come out missing.
Okay, now look, I can hardly hear you. If you don't want to testify, just step down. If you're going to testify, I want you to speak up so we can hear you, okay?
Thank you. So when did you get married to the defendant?
After Savannah had come up missing.
Okay. Was that some? Do you recall that exact date?
No.
Were you living with the defendant at the time that Savannah came up missing?
Yes.
All the time, or just part of the time?
Just part of the time.
Were you planning on moving there permanently at some point with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the date that Savannah was reported missing?
No.
You don't recall the exact date?
No.
Okay. And could you tell us about, do you recall that day that Savannah was reported missing?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if you could recall the day when he just said he didn't know what day it was. Object.
You can answer that question. Can you tell us about that day that Savannah came up missing?
Yeah.
Walk us through it, please.
Got it. Savannah wasn't in her trailer, so we honked for her on the pickup, see if she'd come back up to the house. Couldn't find her. Went looking for her. And Rebecca had called the sheriff's department.
Okay. What time did you get up that morning? Do you recall?
No.
Was it earlier than normal or later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. The sun was up.
Okay. The sun was out?
Yes.
Okay. And the sheriff's office was called that day?
Yes.
And did they respond to your farm, to the defendant's farm?
Yes.
And was a search conducted on that day?
Yes.
Did you assist with that search?
Yes.
Now I'm going to take you back. Do you recall a fire occurring at the property a few days before?
Yes.
All right, can you tell us about that?
I was at my mom and dad's house and got a phone call from Rebecca. She said she needed help. The fire got out of hand. I told her to call the sheriff's department, and I would head that way.
Okay. Are you were you a volunteer firefighter at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave for the defendant's residence at that time?
Yes, my dad went with me.
All right. And can you describe, when you got there, can you describe the fire that you saw?
There was an extensive amount of land burned, but the fire department had got most of it under control.
Did you assist in putting the rest of it out?
Yes.
What was your dad doing during this time?
He was with Rebecca, and she was burned pretty bad on her arm.
And was he treating her wounds?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you see Savannah that day?
Yes.
Was she injured?
I'm aware of.
Okay. Could you tell us about your interactions with Savannah on that day?
They were fairly normal. Savannah did her own thing for the most part, and later in the day she'd come up and help me clean up some of the brush and stuff that hadn't completely burned.
Did she appear to be healthy at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and the defendant have an occasion to visit a doctor for...
Your Honor, I object to leading the witness.
Okay. Did you and the defendant leave the farm at any point that day?
Yes.
What was that for?
I had taken Reba to get her arm looked at.
Did you bring her to a doctor?
Yes.
And did the defendant, was the defendant given any sort of treatment?
Yes, some pain pills and a burn ointment.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of pain pills those were?
Hydrocodone, I believe.
And Judge, we had already entered the stipulation as to the hydrocodone pills. That states Exhibit 12. Did you, where did you get those pain pills filled?
At the pharmacy there in Theodosia.
Okay. And did you, where did you go after you filled those pain pills?
I believe we went to the grocery store there in Theodosia and then back to the farm.
Okay. And did you stay the night at the farm?
Yes.
And so that would be the next day. Can you tell us about the next day at the farm? This would have been the day before Savannah was missing.
And I got up, I took care of the livestock. I went back up on the hill to clean up the rest of the logs that were damaged and couldn't be sold. I piled them up in a pile to be burned. Savannah helped with that a little bit, and she did her own chores.
Okay. Did Savannah appear to be healthy on that day?
To the best of my knowledge.
Did she appear to be injured to you?
No.
Now that evening, what were you and Savannah doing that evening, if anything?
If I remember source correctly, I had lit the pile that I built of the damaged logs and brush on fire and was burning that, and Savannah was out up there with me. She usually liked to chase lightning bugs and different things of the evening if it was nice.
What was the weather like that evening?
It was a nice night if I remember correctly.
And were there a lot of lightning bugs out that evening?
I honestly couldn't remember.
Did she appear to be happy and healthy that evening?
To me she did.
Okay. Do you recall seeing the defendant interact with Savannah any that evening?
Some.
Okay, could you tell us about those interactions?
I know that they weren't getting along the best because Savannah hadn't done her homework.
All right, was there an argument about that?
I believe so.
Do you know about what time did you see Savannah go to bed that night?
She said she was.
Okay.
I didn't see her go into the trailer.
Okay. Did she leave the campfire?
Yes.
Did she say goodnight to you?
Yes.
Did she appear to be normal at that time?
Yes.
And did you ever go into Savannah's camper trailer that evening?
No.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't go into Savannah's camper trailer that evening?
I view that trailer as her bedroom, and I don't have any business being in a girl's bedroom.
Is that a value you were raised with as a kid?
Yes.
How many brothers and sisters do you have, Mr. Pete?
I've got one sister and two brothers.
Did you tend to give your siblings their own space?
Yes.
All right. After Savannah after Savannah told you she was going to bed, did you and the defendant stay up at the campfire?
Your Honor, again, this is a leading question. He's giving the answer as to what he's doing.
He can answer yes or no. I'm not giving him any answer.
I'll overrule it on this question, but as we get closer to, as they went up there, I don't know what his answer's going to be. Let him tell what happened at the campfire, or at the fire.
You can answer the question.
Rebecca and I were at the campfire.
How long did you stay up there?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you how long.
Did you go to bed?
Yes, at some point. It was late in the evening, late at night.
Did the defendant go to bed with you?
Yes.
All right. Do you guys have separate or what are your living quarters like?
We stayed in the bedroom in the shop building.
Okay. How do you sleep, Mr. Pete?
Pretty deep.
Is it hard to wake you up?
Probably is.
Do you recall speaking to Deputy Curtis Dobbs regarding Savannah's disappearance?
On several occasions.
Okay. Leading back to the, going back to the day she was, that she disappeared, did you discover anything else missing other than Savannah?
She had some bedding missing.
Sorry, some what?
Bedding. And I think her piggy bank was missing.
Do you know what happened to the, do you know if anything, do you remember telling Deputy Dobbs about pills?
Yes.
Okay, what did you tell Deputy Dobbs about pills?
That I could not find Rebecca's prescription for pain pills.
And were these the pain pills that were previously prescribed to her just a couple days prior?
Yes.
Were all of the pills missing or just some of the pills?
Most, if not all, if I remember correctly.
At some point before you were arrested in this matter, did you receive, did the defendant ask you to store some things for her?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those?
Some clothes and a box of different things.
Could you describe that box for us?
It had some pens, paper, notebooks, and a voice recorder.
All right. And did you, at some point, what did you do with that box when she gave it to you?
I put it in the closet at my mom and dad's house for storage.
Did you eventually take that box out of storage?
Yes.
When did you do that? Do you recall?
Sometime after I was released from jail.
And did you look at the items in that box?
Yes.
And did you listen to the digital recorder?
Part of it.
All right. And once you found that recorder, what did you do with it and listen to that recorder?
Contacted my attorney and turned in the sheriff's department.
And I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the parties on Green Farm.
Did you take that photograph or did someone else take it?
I believe I did.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the burns on the defendant's arm?
I believe so.
All right. At this time, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 19.
No objections.
Be admitted. We'll pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have just a moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Pete. How are you this afternoon?
I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to clarify some things, or I'd like to try to clarify some things I'm confused about your testimony today. First of all, are you still married to Reba?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say Reba, you do know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. How well would you say, or let me say this, how often would you say you were around Savannah?
Not an extreme amount.
Well, let's try to break that down and clarify. So, did you live on the farm?
I stayed on the farm a lot, several days a week.
Okay. And did you see Savannah every one of those days that you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And before you began living on the farm, had you seen Savannah?
On occasion.
All right. Go ahead.
Like I said, there have been trips to Minnesota where I had met Savannah at the meals.
Okay.
And I had seen Savannah at Pigpen in town.
And what is that?
Festival in Gainesville.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity during these times that you were around Savannah, well, to, who else was around when you were around Savannah?
Usually Reba.
Okay. So you had an opportunity to observe Reba and Savannah together?
Yes.
And did you ever did you ever notice any changes in behavior at any time of Savannah during the time you met her?
No.
So she didn't go from happy to sad to anything like that?
Not around me.
All right. But you weren't around all the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to have you, since you did live or stay on the property sometimes, I want you to describe the property for me a little bit, if you could, and the buildings and things that were there. So about how big was the property? If you know.
I don't know what the exact acreage was, but it was fairly sizable.
Okay. And were there any buildings on the property?
Yes, there's a large shop building, the camper trailer, and a greenhouse.
Okay. And this large building, what type of building is this?
It was a metal structure shop building that an apartment was being built in one end of it.
Okay. So it was more like a shop than a house?
At that one time.
Okay. And did it have air conditioning in that metal building?
No.
Okay. And you said that there was a camper. How big was that camper?
32 foot, I believe.
Okay. So fairly good-sized camper.
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to take you back to that, on the night of the brush fire. Did you stay at Reba's property the night of the brush fire?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do? What did you do the next day? And if you could kind of just walk me through your day that next day after the brush fire.
I got up, I took care of the livestock, took care of the goats, and cleaned up the mess on top of the hill left over from the fire.
From the brush fire?
Yes.
Okay. And you observed Savannah that day?
Yes.
How many times that day?
I can tell you how many, I had several, I'm sure.
All right. And then I believe your testimony was that you even saw her that evening.
Yes.
And in fact, she was up by a fire that you had built up.
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in time, did you observe Savannah and Reba, maybe even yourself, did you go back down toward the buildings from the fire?
Savannah and Reba had Savannah on the bed.
Okay. Did you eat dinner that night?
I don't remember.
All right. And so your testimony is that you stayed on top of the hill when Savannah and Reba went back downstairs. Or I'm sorry, not down the stairs, back down to the camper and the building.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you come back down the hill?
I don't know what time it was.
And did you, at the time that you came down the hill, did you see Savannah or Reba?
Seen Reba.
Okay. And where did you see Reba?
At the shop.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The shop.
Okay. And did you, what did you do once you got come back down the shop, into the shop?
From what I can remember, I was in bed.
Okay. Did you, believe you testified that you had that you found a box that had a digital recorder in it, correct? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that you turned that over to the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And when you did that, did they take a recording of you talking to them about it?
Yes.
And about your time at the farm?
Yes.
Okay, was that, do you know if that was video recorded?
I believe it was.
Okay. I want to talk about the fire that you had going up there, the brush fire that you had going. Was there a, when you left and went to bed, was the fire out?
Not completely.
Okay. How big was this fire when you started it?
Good size.
Okay. Can you give us the size, a range of the size?
It was probably 12, 14 foot across.
Okay. How tall?
6, 7 foot.
Okay. And when you went to bed or left the area, how much of that was still burning?
It burned down quite a bit. It was mostly coals.
Okay. Did you see Savannah any more that evening in the building, in the shop or anything? Okay. Just a moment, please. Would you say, or actually, have you been interviewed by the police regarding this case from the fire, the brush fire, on down to today?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've been interviewed?
Several.
Okay. And when you located the recorder, what did you do with that recorder?
I listened to part of it.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
I called my attorney so I could get it from the sheriff's department.
Okay, and you did turn it in?
Yes.
And when you turned it in, were you interviewed by the sheriff's department at that point in time?
Yes.
And that was on video?
I believe so.
Okay. Have you seen that video or had an opportunity to review it yourself?
No.
So you indicated that Reba had given you, and I'm just kind of jumping around a little bit, but Reba had given you a box that had this recorder in it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe this box?
Just a small front box with books and different things in it.
Did it have a lid?
No.
Okay. So it was just an open box. And what'd you do with it?
I put it in the closet in the spare room of my mom and dad's house.
Okay. And how long did it sit there?
Probably close to a year.
All right. Which, was the deputy that interviewed you when you gave them the recording, was that Deputy Winston Collins?
Yes.
And was your attorney there with you that day?
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe I have anything further for this witness, Your Honor.
I have a little bit of follow-up. Mr. Pete, you mentioned you're still married to the defendant. Do you want to divorce the defendant?
Your Honor, it's not relevant.
I think it goes towards, I withdraw the question, Judge.
Okay.
All right, thank you. The box with the recorder in it, you previously testified that you let it sit for a year. Where were you during that year?
In jail.
Is that why you didn't look at it?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Pete, did the defendant ever tell you if she did anything with Savannah? Did she ever tell you that she burned Savannah's body?
No.
No further questions.
I have one for, well, maybe a couple. So you just testified, the state asked you if you were in jail during the time that you hadn't listened to that recording. Did you listen to it immediately after you got out of jail?
No.
Was there some time in between that time?
Some.
Do you know how long?
No.
Okay. So it wasn't just because you were in jail that you hadn't listened to it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
What caused you or compelled you to listen to it when you did?
I was going through and gathering up stuff for the Theodosia Fire Department.
Did you think the content, what did you, strike that, see her get ready to jump up. Why, you said about the Theodosia Fire Department, did you think that the box had something to do with the Theodosia Fire Department?
Yes.
Is that why you were looking at it?
Yes.
And are you a volunteer with that fire department, or were you a volunteer with that fire department?
I helped them out. The Raver was on the board.
No further questions.
I have a couple. Now, did you take this photograph after the brush fire and before the bonfire at night, or the next day?
I believe so.
Why did you take this photograph?
She had asked me to take a picture so she could send it to her business partner in Elmer.
For what, do you know the reason?
No.
So if I understand your testimony, there was the brush fire, which the fire department came out that afternoon or that day and put out.
Yes.
And you and the defendant and Savannah then were around the property the rest of the day.
Yes.
The three of you went up to where the brush fire was, and you had a bonfire kind of going to clean up.
Yes.
And the three of you were up there for a while.
Yes.
Did you observe Savannah do anything strange while she was up around the bonfire?
No, I didn't notice anything.
She never tried to run into the fire?
No.
And so you sat around the fire, and then Savannah went back down towards the camper.
Yes.
And you and the defendant stayed up there for a little while longer.
Yes.
And when you went back down to the building, you didn't see Savannah at any time.
No.
And the last time you saw Savannah alive was at the bonfire.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Just a clarification question, Your Honor. Were there two bonfires? Was there one on the night of the brush fire and then another bonfire, or are we just referring to bonfire the night after the brush fire?
The night after the brush fire.
Okay.
The night after or the same day?
The night after.
No, the bonfire was the night after.
Okay. Okay.
Just needed to clarify that, Your Honor.
Well, I just know that there is the day of the brush fire, Savannah was alive and walking around, and everybody went to bed and got up the next day.
Yes.
You saw Savannah all day long off and on.
Yes.
But the last time you saw her was at the bonfire the next night before she went down to the camp.
Yes.
Okay. Now you want to clarify my clarifications?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, I think we're good now.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the sale call to Emil Montag.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I've been told about some issues, not with you per se, but if you need to break at any time, just let me know.
Thank you very much.
You may want to back up from that mic a little bit. If you speak up a little bit, we won't have the same issue.
Would you like some water before we get started?
Yes, thank you.
State your name for the record.
Janelle Christine Montag.
Is this Montag, is that the name you currently go by?
That's right.
All right. Have you gone by any other names?
Yes, I have.
What have you gone by before?
Janelle Christine Steves. Janelle Christine Leckie Montag.
Okay. And what state do you currently live in?
Minnesota.
All right. How long have you lived there?
Couple different times, but this last time about 10 years.
All right. And are you familiar with Rebecca Ruud?
Yes, I am.
Who is she to you?
Originally, she was my neighbor's daughter.
Okay. How long have you known Miss Ruud?
As of now, 21 years.
Is she present here in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Could you identify her for us, please?
Yes.
And tell us what she's wearing?
Black blue shirt and a white shirt.
All right, I'd ask that the record reflect witnesses ID the defendant.
It will.
Thank you. And who is Savannah Leckie to you?
She's my daughter.
Okay. When was she born?
June 3rd.
Is she your biological daughter or your adoptive daughter?
She's my adopted daughter.
Now, let me go back a little bit. When you said you've known the defendant for 21 years, when did you first meet the defendant?
When Savannah was, hang back on. 2 days before Savannah was born.
Okay. And can you tell us kind of the circumstances behind you meeting the defendant?
Rebecca's mom, Leanne, was my next door neighbor to the north of me, my house. My now ex-husband owned a resort, and I had met her mother several times beforehand. We had just purchased the resort about just a few months prior. It was our first season of opening, so I was busy. And I remember seeing her between our two properties.
And you said you were married at the time. Was that to David Leckie?
That's correct.
And you mentioned the defendant was, you met the defendant 2 days before Savannah was born?
Approximately.
So was the defendant pregnant at the time?
Yes, she was.
And Were you and David Leckie looking to have children?
Yes, we were.
Were you unable to have children?
Yes.
Okay. Were you looking to adopt a child?
Yes, we had just started the process and looked into adoption.
Okay. And can you tell us about what happened after Savannah, shortly after Savannah was born?
Rebecca's grandfather on her maternal side passed away, and Savannah was born.
Okay. Do you recall what if the defendant did anything after Savannah's birth?
Could you clarify?
I'll try to clarify as best as I can. Did you eventually end up with, did Savannah eventually become your adoptive daughter?
Yes.
All right, and can you explain how that came to be?
Like I said, Rebecca's maternal grandfather passed away the day before Savannah was born. There was a funeral afterwards, and for condolences reasons, I brought over a gift for both Leanne and Rebecca for congratulations and sympathy. And I got to officially meet Rebecca for the first time. I'd seen her away, and Savannah was 2 days old. And I held her for the first time. So then we had a home interiors party at my home, and my mom and I had her over for this interior decoration party thing we had. She brought Savannah. And then I want to say on at least 3 occasions, Leanne and Rebecca asked me to babysit Savannah.
Okay. And did you start taking care of Savannah on a regular basis?
Yes.
All right. And did Savannah end up in the foster care system in Minnesota?
Yes, she did.
Could you explain the circumstances behind that?
So, my ex-husband David went to Rebecca after she had gone down to Missouri to retrieve her things. And so she had left Savannah here with her biological mother.
Okay, and by here you mean Minnesota?
Minnesota, Rebecca's Minnesota, right where we lived. And so I helped Leanne out many times with Savannah during that time. We were in contact with Rebecca in terms more of me than anything. At one point, David had decided to just ask if Rebecca would ever consider adoption.
And did you eventually take legal custody of Savannah?
Yes, we had hired an attorney who had got the paperwork filled out. Rebecca and her biological father in Missouri signed it, sent it back. In the meanwhile, Rebecca came back to Missouri, from Missouri to Minnesota, and upon her arrival, she explained to her mother what was going on. Her mother being Leanne. She hadn't mentioned anything about her decision to adopt Savannah to my husband and I.
Okay. And what happened when she explained that?
I had taken Savannah with me to a wedding service, and on my arrival, there was, I noticed 2 people coming up to my truck very quickly, and one being Leanne and the other one being her sister. And they took Savannah from my arms and explained that Rebecca was in jail.
And eventually, did Savannah go into foster care at that point?
She was, for a short time, she was under her mother's care, which grandmother, so Savannah's grandmother, Leanne's care. When we had gone to the first court hearing, and the judge then ordered that Leanne be accompanied by police officers to the home of where Savannah was currently being held, while she was at court, and then Savannah went to foster care while we were going through a home study as an adoptive family.
Okay. Are you aware if the defendant had any other children?
Yes.
All right. Do you know who those children were?
Yes.
All right.
She
Who were they?
has two older sons by the name of Matthew and Jacob.
And do you know where those children were at?
I do now. I don't.
Did you at the time? Did you have personal knowledge of where they were at?
I don't think at that time I knew where. I just knew they were with her ex-husband.
Okay. And you said you became a foster care family and eventually did the paperwork to adopt Savannah?
No, we never became foster family. She went into foster care, and we were under home study.
Okay.
So when the home study was done, the judge signed off, as well as child services or whatever agency that oversees that.
All right. Were you awarded? Were you and your husband David awarded legal and physical custody of Savannah?
Yes, and we fully adopted her.
Okay. And let me ask: was the name Savannah a name chosen by the defendant or yourself?
The defendant chose the name Savannah Lee, and she had a different last name. My husband and I changed the middle name to match the grandmothers in our family.
Now, was the defendant in Savannah's life after you adopted Savannah?
Yes.
All right. And could you explain your relationship with the defendant between the time you adopted Savannah and onward?
There was a short period of time after Savannah came into our care that we were establishing a trust level because we were having quite a bit of trouble with her mother. And we wanted to make sure that myself and our daughter were safe. We had since sold the resort, and as I wanted to be just a full-time mom at that point. So we did have a short time where we had contact through my parents only, and then we had a fully open after we moved to Wisconsin and felt safe. We had a fully open adoption.
Okay. And was the defendant, when you moved to Wisconsin, was the defendant in Savannah's life?
Yes.
In your life? Okay. Did she come and visit Savannah and your family?
Yes.
Okay. And how was her relationship with you at that time?
I've had a wonderful relationship with our daughter, all the way grandma.
Yeah. And how was your relationship with the defendant at that time?
Always good.
Did she call you by any sort of nickname?
Yes.
What'd she call you? Is this a fairly close relationship?
Yes.
Would you guys spend holidays together?
Yes.
How many holidays did you think you spent together?
The major ones, usually Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Pretty much everyone.
And
that she can make it home for.
Would Rebecca come up to Wisconsin or wherever you were at the time and spend holidays with you?
Yes.
And what would the defendant hold herself out to be? How did the defendant introduce herself to Savannah? What was the nature of the relationship there?
There really wasn't a clear definition of the introduction of who she was. It just was always known. She was part of, I used to tell Savannah that it was part of her testimony that she was was adopted, and we just had an extended family.
Okay. Did Savannah eventually get a sister?
Yes.
All right, who was that?
Michaela,
And who is Michaela?
Savannah's half-sister.
Is Michaela the daughter of the defendant?
Yes, she is.
And can you tell us about that, the process of adopting Michaela into your family?
We had heard from Rebecca the day before Savannah's second birthday that she was expecting again. And she and I had a full conversation, and she asked that David and I would consider taking this baby as well.
And did you have any hesitation about taking another child in?
Not me.
Okay. And did you and David adopt Michaela?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And when did that happen?
Shortly after she was born.
All right. What year was that?
She was born in 2004.
And what year was Savannah born again?
She was born in 2001.
Okay, so this would have been when Savannah was about 3?
Yeah, when she was officially born, yes.
All right. When the defendant wasn't visiting you in Wisconsin or Minnesota, did you have regular contact with the defendant?
Yes.
How did you have that contact? I know it's a long period of time, so phone, email, text?
All the above.
Is it fair to say that as time went on, the methods of contacting her changed because of technology and...
Technology, yes, absolutely. Where she was living, sometimes we did pick that as well.
And you said you're no longer married to David Leckie. When did you separate?
We separated in the summer of 2010, if my recollection is correct.
Okay. And was that just a physical separation, or was that a legal divorce?
We physically separated then, and we legally divorced in May. Let's see, May of 2012.
When you divorced, was there some sort of custody arrangement to the adoptive children?
No differently than our biological.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you and David had difficulty having children. Did you have a biological child with David?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that, and when were they born?
When Michaela was 10 months old, I surprisingly found myself expecting, and Blaine and Michaela are 19 months apart.
Okay. So was there a custody arrangement for all of the children, including the biological children?
That's correct.
Could you explain that custody arrangement?
The children went to their fathers every third weekend and 2 weeks a year.
All right. Was David ordered to pay child support?
Yes.
How much in child support were you supposed to receive?
It varied over the years due to cost increases and whatnot. I want to say the first amount of child support that I started receiving was around 600 and something for the 3.
And was that for all of the children in the marriage?
That's correct.
Now, are you familiar with Savannah's medical and medical care at all?
Yes.
All right. And was Savannah ever diagnosed with any sort of medical or mental disorder?
Right around the time she was in 2nd grade, we, after some different teachers and caregivers had brought to our attention that they felt that she should be evaluated, we went to her pediatrician, Dr. Tanya Bryan, and she ordered a full study on Savannah.
Okay. Do you know if she was ever diagnosed with anything?
Yes.
What was she diagnosed with?
ADHD and Asperger's.
Okay. Did Savannah receive treatment for those disorders?
I want to say early on, when she was little, we did not use medication. I want to say when she got a little bit older and we started small doses of things to help with the concentration at school.
Okay, but that was for the ADHD?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to your divorce and separation from David Leckie. After you separated or officially divorced from David Leckie, did you start dating again?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a man by the name of Carrie Steves?
Yes.
And who's Carrie Steves?
Originally boyfriend, fiance, then husband.
How long were you married to Mr. Steves?
A year and a half.
When were you married to him?
November 2017.
Till?
I want to say it was the following October, so maybe it wasn't a year and a half.
And were you married to him, or were you romantically involved with him before November of 17?
Yes.
All right, when did you first become involved with him?
In end of March 2015.
Okay. Did Savannah's behavior at home change around the time of your separation from David?
She was only 4. I didn't really see a lot of change. I honestly was full-time caregiver anyway, so.
How about at the time of your divorce?
No.
Okay. Did you ever start noticing changes in Savannah's behavior around the house?
In what time frame?
After he became divorced from Mr. Leckie and during your time dating Mr. Steves?
In the beginning, when I first met Mr. Steves, Savannah appeared to really get along well with him. He was a strong father type figure, and he paid a lot of attention to all the kids, and so I felt that Savannah was really in a good place. It wasn't until we talked about moving from St. Michael, Albertville area down to where Mr. Steves lived that I started seeing some behavioral differences.
Okay, where were you planning on moving to with Mr. Steves?
Into his home.
All right, and where is that?
It was in Colonia Heights, Minnesota.
Okay. And what kind of behavior changes did you notice when that discussion started?
She became angry with me. Her therapist called it targeting.
Was she acting out against other people in the household?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
She fought a lot with her sister and Hannah. Very combative with her older brother, Michael.
Okay.
Her little brother and her got into, she was only 4, and she got very angry with him at dinner time. And
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was Savannah ever diagnosed with depression?
yes,
All right. When was that diagnosis? When did that diagnosis occur?
Savannah was 14 when we started see that depression issues.
All right. And did she have to be hospitalized as a result of that depression?
Yes,
All right. Could you, how many times was she hospitalized?
twice.
All right. When was the first time?
When she was 14, I got a call from her school, from her para, who had observed her doing some search engine time on a computer, and she described the search engine as big dark subjects.
And as a result of that, did you have her admitted into a hospital?
I brought her to the hospital, yes.
Okay. And was she admitted?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for depression or something else?
She hadn't been diagnosed at that time, but they wanted to do some observation of her.
And did they do observations?
Yes.
All right. Was she released?
Yes.
Did she receive any sort of medical treatment for following her release?
We continued on with her therapy, so she just continued doing that, and
Was she regularly seeing a therapist?
yes.
Can you tell me about the second time she was hospitalized?
It was shortly after I started seeing Mr. Steves. I received a phone call from, again, her main, I don't know what they call her, her case manager. And she had said that she saw a superficial wound on Savannah's arm.
Had you ever observed Savannah cutting herself?
Yes.
Were those wounds ever serious?
No.
And was she hospitalized as a result of that incident?
Yes.
At some point, was a decision made that Savannah should live somewhere else?
Kind of, sort of. I guess I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. Did you look at alternative housing arrangements for Savannah?
Yes.
Why were you looking at alternative housing arrangements?
Due to mainly the fact that she was targeting myself, extremely combative at home, having lots of confrontations with her siblings. One of the confrontations resulted in my youngest son's father showing enough concern that he was talking about keeping him away from home.
Did you and David talk about where to place Savannah?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask David to take Savannah?
Yes.
And was he able to?
He said no.
All right. Did you look at other relatives?
David and I discussed a couple options at that point.
All right. What options were you looking at?
We considered my parents.
And are your parents, are they Sandy and Gerald Montag?
Yes.
Okay. And how old are they?
72.
All right. Were they able to take Savannah in?
Neither one of us thought that it was going to be a good idea because my mom's health has been up and down for many, many years.
Okay. Was there anyone else, any other options you looked at?
My sister Amanda.
All right. And was she able to take Savannah in?
The decision to send her to my sister Amanda between David and I was discussed, and we decided no,
Okay.
it wasn't a good fit.
And why was that?
At the time, I brought to David's attention that where my sister was a wonderful aunt and a temporary caregiver, I did not think that a long-term placement in her home was a good idea. My sister had gone through cancer, lost her uterus, and I had felt that my sister was having a lot of problems with dealing with that. I didn't want to put too much on her.
Ultimately, what was decided, what did y'all decide to do with Savannah?
That when we kind of came to a roadblock, I again asked Mr. Leckie to please consider, which is my ex-husband David, to please consider taking her, because he lived in Minnesota and he didn't have any children in his home. It was just him and his wife.
Okay.
And he again refused.
At some point, did you look at the defendant to house Savannah?
The defendant was brought up in conversation from David to me.
Had you maintained a relationship with her up to this point?
We had just had a recent falling out. It wasn't very long before this stuff.
Okay. What was that falling out over?
Two different things. One thing being when I became romantically involved with Mr. Steves, I was in a happy place. And the time Rebecca and Mr. P just had a recent breakup. And she felt that I was talking about my new relationship too much and almost to the point of rubbing it in her face that I was happy and she wasn't, which I didn't understand. But the second reason was, and I don't remember ever seeing, there was a posting that Mr. Steves had put on Facebook, and Rebecca had made a comment that Savannah and Mr. Steves were Facebook friends, and that comment was inappropriate for a teenager to see.
Can you describe, did the defendant did you eventually, you or Mr. Leckie eventually reach out to the defendant to see if she would take in Savannah?
Mr. Leckie made the first contact and conversations with Rebecca.
Was some sort of a housing arrangement established with the defendant?
It was first brought to my attention, and we rediscussed it all again. Everything that they had discussed about the arrangements that they thought were going to be best.
Okay. Do you know how long this arrangement was supposed to last? How long was Savannah supposed to live with the defendant?
We hadn't really, in the very beginning, made a real permanent. We had talked around Thanksgiving, seeing if maybe the short term going to somewhere. I personally was having an extremely hard time with the idea of sending her that many hours away.
How far away is Ozark County, Missouri from where you were living at?
About 10 hours.
All right. And that's by car?
Yes.
No. And when you say Thanksgiving, do you mean Thanksgiving of 2016?
That's correct, yes. Yes.
All right. Did you intend for this to be permanent?
No.
Were you seeking to terminate your parental rights?
No.
Did you give the defendant the right to make decisions regarding Savannah's health and welfare?
Right after Savannah went to Missouri, I sent power of attorney paperwork. I signed it. It needed a second signature from her father. I sent that paperwork to him with the Self-Interest Act to Mr. Ruud, and that, but I don't know if it ever had gotten there until later when I learned that, when she told me that she didn't have one. I was surprised.
All right, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you attempted to execute a power of attorney and she never received it?
Not that I knew of.
Okay. Did you make efforts to get that to the defendant?
Yes.
All right.
There was a situation concerning some drunk driving, and I'm not really remembering, it's been quite a while, but that's the point where it seemed to be a real important issue. I also,
let me ask you, did you make was there any sort of arrangement for money?
Yes.
All right, could you describe that arrangement?
So at that point in time, I was receiving close to $800, and that included what the state was sending me for the large amount back child support.
And this was child support?
Correct.
All right. And could you explain to the court, what were you supposed to do with those child support payments?
Split them in thirds and send a third of it to Rebecca.
And was that because you had 3 children total with Mr. Leckie?
That's correct.
All right. And so so was Mr. Leckie required to pay you, and then you were required to pay Rebecca?
Yes.
All right. Was Mr. Leckie in arrears?
Yes.
Do you know how much he was in arrears?
Somewhere between $21,000 and $22,000.
Right. And were you still required to pay child support, the share of Rebecca's child support to her, even if Mr. Leckie didn't pay you?
I told her that I would send it to her as soon as I received it.
Okay. So it was contingent upon Mr. Leckie's payment?
Yes, that's correct.
So Savannah, when did she move to the defendant's residence?
August of 2016.
And how did she get there?
Rebecca came up from Missouri in her trunk.
And who packed Savannah's belongings?
I did.
And did Savannah have some guinea pigs?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell me about the guinea pigs?
We had 3 guinea pigs. I want to say that Savannah either went with 1 or 2 of the guinea pigs back to Missouri. I know we had 1.3. I remember one passed away after we moved in with Mr. Steves in Columbia Heights. And I'm thinking there was 2 left. I'm not 100% recollect.
So, is it your belief that Savannah left?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question. Do you know if Savannah left with a guinea pig?
Yes.
Okay, at least 1?
At least 1.
They drove down to Missouri?
That's correct.
Between August of 16 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you have any contact with Savannah?
Yes.
How often did you contact Savannah?
Regular basis.
Was it weekly or more or less?
More.
Okay. And how did you have contact with Savannah?
The kids and I all would send letters. And in the beginning, I would text her. She had her phone. And then I would talk to her through Rebecca's phone.
Did you make calls to the phone? Did you make phone calls to the defendant or to Savannah or both? I want to draw your attention to November of 16. Do you recall a argument taking place between you and the defendant at that time?
Could be.
Could be. Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant making a threat to you?
I think he needs to narrow that scope down. It just says generally a threat.
Okay. I'll narrow it down. Do you recall the defendant making a threat to send Savannah back?
Yes.
Was that a threat, having Savannah come back?
No, it wasn't a threat. The threat was putting a 15-year-old on a Greyhound bus by herself.
Did she threaten to send Savannah on a Greyhound bus?
Yes.
And then again, that's a 10-hour drive.
Yes.
You loved Savannah, right?
Oh, yeah.
You still love Savannah.
Very much.
Was Savannah a burden to you?
No. Never.
So, why was she sent to live with the defendant?
To hopefully get some of the behaviors that we were experiencing back under control.
Did Savannah express any excitement or happiness about going to live with her biological mother?
Yes.
Is it fair to say she was excited about it?
Yes.
After the, do you remember why? What was the reasoning behind, what did the defendant express to you as the reasoning behind why she wanted to send Savannah back on a Greyhound bus?
I'm not 100% recollecting what the issues were surrounding. I had mediated between the two of them a few times.
Mediated between the defendant and Savannah?
Yes.
Okay. Were there some arguments that you were aware of?
Yes. Savannah was a very headstrong young lady.
Okay.
Yes.
After Thanksgiving, were you able to reach Savannah on the phone?
At that time, she no longer had her own phone. So contacting her became less easy.
Do you know what happened to her phone?
I now know what happened to her.
Okay. Did you know at the time personally?
I knew that she was taken away from her.
Okay. So how would you have to call the defendant to get a hold of Savannah?
Yes.
And when you would call the defendant, was there ever times where she would refuse to let you talk to Savannah?
Yes.
And did she tell you why?
Because she was dealing with behaviors with her. She was in the middle of chores, middle of schoolwork. There would be different reasons why. And I tried to be very understanding of that.
Was there ever a discussion about the child support payments?
Yes.
Was she regularly receiving those payments?
No.
Were you regularly receiving payments?
No.
Did this anger the defendant?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those conversations?
Being a single mom myself, I understand budgeting very well. I understand it was difficult to never know when that those funds were coming in. And unfortunately at the time, I lived paycheck to paycheck and was caring for, at that time, 3 other children full-time in my home. And on my own income. I did not share an income with Mr. Stevens at that point.
Did the defendant ask you for more money than the child support?
Yes.
And were you able to give her that money?
As often as I could.
Did she tell you what that money was to be used for?
You know, I paid her cell phone bill at least twice. There's different bills helping out with food. I know there were several packages from Amazon that when she said that Savannah had a need or she had a need, if I could afford it, I would send it down through Amazon to her.
Did you ever go and visit Savannah in Ozark County?
No.
Did your parents visit her?
Yes.
When did that visit occur?
The end of April of 2017.
Was there any reason why you were unable to visit her in Ozark County?
Yes.
What was that?
Financial reasons. husband was, not your husband yet, but he was going through lots of medical issues.
Okay. And did you and the defendant ever talk about discipline measures used with Savannah?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those conversations?
I would explain to her methods that would work for me.
And what kind of methods work for you?
Very clear and concise, giving her a list of how to do things, making sure she understood what's expected of her.
And was this because of the autism spectrum?
Yeah, and the ADHD. Yeah.
Did the defendant ever tell you about her own disciplinary measures against Savannah?
Yeah.
All right. What were those?
A lot of the same types of things that I would do. The taking away privileges, in terms of things that she was supposed to go do, was allowed to do. I remember one time some of the items I'd sent down were held back from her getting them because of some behaviors. Just some general things.
Was there anything you disagreed with?
Yeah.
When was the last time you had contact with Savannah? Did your contact significantly drop off after Thanksgiving of 16?
I wouldn't say significantly. It was less.
It was less? Okay. And was that in part because you would have to call the defendant?
Yeah, I was asked to be on a schedule. Try to call during certain periods, and there'd be times at those times during my work schedule within 14 hours.
When you would talk to Savannah on phone, did she ever express any unhappiness about living with the defendant?
Not living with the defendant, I would say it's just the general every once in a while, typical not getting along, teenage, differences between a parent and a teenager.
Okay. Were you friends with the defendant on Facebook?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 32. Do you need glasses? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is a post that she put on Facebook when the police came in and with a search warrant and asked her to stay at bay.
Okay. And is this the Facebook account that you knew the defendant to use regularly?
Yes.
And have you conversed with her previously through that account?
Yes.
And all right, at this time, Judge, I will move to admit State's Exhibit 32.
No objection.
Be admitted. So let me ask you about possible disciplinary measures and if you would approve it. Would you have approved of bathing in a pond?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
there's no foundation laid for any of this stuff, and it's random, and I'm going to check on relevance as well.
I think it's relevant to go towards showing what disciplinary measures she would have approved or disapproved of. And
There's no foundation for why he's asking that particular question.
I think I'd like to, this is a general question, but I assume that you're going to follow it up at some point.
I think so, Judge. Maybe through another witness.
Okay. Now, restate your question.
Okay. Would you have approved of as a disciplinary measure bathing in a pond?
No,
In a pond?
In a pond, P-O-N-D.
Oh, okay. Overruled.
no,
Would you have approved of would you have approved of Savannah being hosed down as a disciplinary measure?
I remember hearing about it.
What would you have approved of that?
No.
Okay. Would you have approved of Savannah being forced to crawl through a hog pen as a disciplinary measure?
No.
Would you have approved of her guinea pig being taken away? All right, no further questions for this witness. They may have some questions for you.
So we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
Yes, it was 4. It's certified. Use the restroom.
Okay, I can do that. things before we start.
Okay.
Mr. Stevenson,
Ms. Montag, how would you like me to address you? As Ms. Montag, or how would you like me to?
Tenille is just fine.
Okay, thank you. Did you need to check anything, or? Oh, okay, I just wasn't sure. Okay, you're good to go? All right. Well, I do have some follow-up questions for you. I know that Judge Holden had mentioned something, but if there is a time that you need a break, that's okay to ask.
Thank you.
We'll be here until we're done.
I've been told that we're not hearing much in the back.
All right, Tamil. You've known Rebecca, or Reba, as you called her, for 21 years, correct? Somewhere around there?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And for a large portion of those, you had a good relationship with Reba, too.
Yes.
Spent holidays together.
Yes.
Did she live with you for periods of time, off and on?
Yes.
And Savannah, I think you said even though it was never an official conversation or officially defined by anyone, Savannah was aware that Reba was her biological mother, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What did Savannah call Reba?
Rebecca.
Had you and Reba ever discussed what Savannah should call you?
Yes.
And what was decided in that conversation?
That she should go by Rebecca.
And Tamil, what was Reba's profession? When you met Reba, did she have a profession?
I've known her to do many professions, so
Is one of those professions truck driving?
yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time when she had discussed with you in 2017 something about truck driving?
Yes.
And was that to obtain a power of attorney relating to her truck driving? If you recall?
Yeah, she needed something paperwork-wise from me.
Was that relating to Savannah?
Yes.
And was that so that she could obtain permission to take Savannah on the road with her?
Yes.
Okay. So she had intended to return to truck driving?
Yes.
You were aware of that?
I had heard temporarily, but yes.
Okay. And you were willing to sign a power of attorney at that point to permit it?
I thought I already had. So
You didn't have an issue with the truck driving at that point with Reba and Savannah?
No, not as long as she stayed in school. No, it's fine.
Okay. Prior to Savannah coming to Missouri, there had been conversations between you, David, and Rebecca regarding child support, correct?
I don't recall there being one between the three of us at the same time.
Okay. You you'd had a conversation with Reba about it? Okay. And you had agreed, I think you said 1/3 of the payment you received from David is what would go to Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. And do I understand correctly that David was either paying you or paying into the Minnesota Family Support Division equivalent?
Into the Minnesota family, or into the Minnesota child support.
Okay. So you had to receive the support prior to you being able to forward any support?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. And was there a point where the support was coming in regularly during that time?
Yes.
And you said that ceased?
Yes.
And you said that situation had made Reba angry, correct?
Yes.
Did it make you angry?
Yes.
Did that affect your ability? It affected your monthly budget, didn't it?
Yes.
And Tamil, when you had Savannah in your care and custody, were you employed during that time?
Yes.
Was it a continuous thing, or was it off and on, or how did that work?
It was off and on.
Tamil, I'm going to ask you a few questions just about Savannah generally. You had testified that she had some behavioral health diagnoses, correct?
Correct.
And one of those was ADHD, correct?
Yes.
And that is attention hyperactivity deficit disorder. Okay.
Yes.
Attention disorder. I'm so sorry, I couldn't get that right. Attention hyperactivity attention deficit. Okay, now I got it. All right. And her other diagnosis, she was on the autism spectrum, correct?
That's correct.
And did you ever, I think you maybe referred to it as Asperger's?
Correct.
If you know the answer to that, does Asperger's syndrome put her on a higher end of the spectrum or a lower functioning end of the spectrum? Or somewhere in between? A high end?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you also testified that at some point, maybe when Savannah was around 14, that she'd been diagnosed with depression as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you some questions about what were the symptoms of ADHD that you saw in Savannah? Or how did that affect her behavior?
Are you talking about when she was little or when she was a teenager?
Let's go for all of it. If you want to start when she was little, up to the point when she was a teenager.
Like a typical first-time mom, I didn't recognize her wiggle, warm, high energy as being anything else than unloaded. So she started to point out to me that there was a little too much wiggle room in her. So I had all of our teachers to Vanderbilt and myself and any other parent that was involved at the time filling out, brought your pediatrician and started the process to see what she had. And she had her evaluated. And it was a 4-day process. I knew she had ADHD after hearing about it, reading about it, researching as much as I did. I knew that she had ADHD, but the Asperger's was something I had no idea.
Okay.
Until she was diagnosed with that.
And did the evaluation that Savannah underwent at that time, is that when she was also diagnosed with Asperger's, or was that another time?
No, same time.
Okay. So So she received the diagnosis simultaneously?
Yes.
Can you describe how being diagnosed or having Asperger's syndrome affected Savannah?
When she was diagnosed with Asperger's and ADHD, she was in the back seat after we received the diagnosis, and during her final evaluation with her last person, I had time to go out and sit in my car and reflect. And I called a very good friend of mine at the time and cried, was overwhelmed. And she must have saw that I was upset when she came back out. And from the back seat, she said to me, "Don't worry, Mom, this is going to not be my albatross, this is going to be my launching pad." So she took it much better than I did.
And she was she in second grade when she said that? She used that phrase.
She was, yeah, she did.
Savannah was very intelligent, wasn't she?
Extremely intelligent.
Did she soak up information like a sponge?
Yes, she did.
Do you need a few minutes? Okay. Did Savannah have an individualized education plan through school? An IEP?
In her second grade year after she was diagnosed, I worked with her teachers and we started the process of getting an IEP or what we call a 516. I'm not sure, but she didn't have that. She didn't qualify for that one. She was definitely in an IEP. It took about 9 months to get it.
And that started somewhere second or third grade?
I think she was diagnosed at the end of second grade. I think we started at about the first part of third grade to get that. If my memory serves me correctly.
Did everyone in the family, was everyone in the family aware of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Was Reba made aware of it?
Yes.
Okay. And was Reba supportive?
Yes.
Did Savannah start out taking medication for either ADHD or Asperger's?
I don't believe so.
Was there a point in time when she did?
I'm not 100% sure. I think it's going to be. I know at some point she did. I'm not sure who did that.
I'm going to kind of roll over now to 2015, 2016 and ask some questions about your relationship with Reba at that time. Was there a point in time when there was a conflict between you and Reba in either 2015 or 2016?
Yes.
And can you describe one such conflict? I'll narrow it. Was there any conflict over a loan that had been extended to you by Reba?
Over a loan, I don't understand what that means.
Had Reba loaned you any money?
No.
Okay. I think Mr. Brown asked you some questions about whether or not Savannah had ever been hospitalized for mental health issues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your answer was yes, that she had been.
Yes.
Okay. And was one of those times in May of 2015?
That's correct.
And were you the person that transported Savannah or initiated the admissions process for Savannah in May of 2015? Who was the person or the entity that initiated that process?
Her current counselor, John, at Solutions Counseling. He ordered an ambulance for her.
I'm sorry?
He ordered an ambulance.
Okay. Did you attend those counseling appointments with Savannah?
Yes.
Were you in attendance at this counseling appointment?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware that his recommendation would be that she would go to inpatient treatment or the emergency department?
Yes.
Okay. What did you learn about his reasoning, or why did he recommend that?
She had a appointment that day when her case manager called me.
Why did he recommend that?
She had a appointment that day when her case manager called me about having, and so there was already an appointment. I was already coming to get her early, and I called John and they're going to be there. So he was aware of kind of the situation, and when we got there, based on protocol that he felt was important from his care, he thought that was the right move to send her that way versus having me transport her.
And when you say caseworker, with which agency was this caseworker?
It was with St. Michael Alberta High School.
And was the reason ADHD? Was there some sort of symptom of her ADHD that caused her counselor to be concerned?
No.
Was it the Asperger's?
No.
Was it depression that caused him to be concerned?
Behavior, undiagnosed behavior at that time.
Okay. Were there particular symptoms of the behavior that was concerning to him?
A superficial self-harm.
Was that the first time that Savannah had engaged in self-harm?
No.
What other times had she engaged in self-harm?
I don't recollect the exact time it happened. I just know that there were a few times between the last hospitalization or the first hospitalization and the last hospitalization.
What was the method of self-harm that Savannah engaged in?
What did she use?
What did she do to herself?
Typically, she would make a cut on her arm or her thigh. I think we could understand it one time.
Did you ever observe her actually do the cutting?
No.
Did you observe the wounds after she had done that?
Yes.
And you became aware that it was a self-harm thing?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Yes, she heard it when she was in the hospital the first time.
Facility that Savannah went to in May of 2015?
Out at Northwestern Hospital.
Okay.
Being above.
Is Prairie Care part of that?
No.
Okay. Was she ever admitted at Prairie Care?
As an outpatient, yes.
Okay. Was it strictly outpatient, or was it a combination of partial home, like partial hospitalization care?
I remember it just being outpatient.
And do you recall, well, I'll back up a step. Had Savannah ever threatened to commit suicide?
Not that I know.
Did you talk with providers whenever she was hospitalized, or her counselor, any of her mental health providers?
Yes.
Because they would ask for input because Savannah was a minor.
Yes.
And you were the person that would have provided that information?
Yes.
Okay. These are voluminous records here. Let's see. That you said there were 2 times that Savannah was hospitalized, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was one of those times in 2016?
So there's 13 months apart. One was in May of 2016, the other one was 13 months before that.
So that would have been May or April of 2015?
Correct.
Okay, were both of those at Abbott? As far as you can recall?
I'm not remembering when the first one was. I think it was
I will show you what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit, and I'm going to have to check to see where in the numbering we are at. One moment, please. Defendant's Exhibit E, as in elephant. Some more. Okay. So I will show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit E. And I will ask you to take a look at that and see if you can tell me what that document appears to be.
It's called an online health certificate declaration.
And here on this page, where it says patient name, whose name appears there?
My daughter, Savannah Leckie.
And what is the date of birth?
6301.
And this also, here at the top of this page, could you read what that line says there?
6/7/2016, AD University Hospital.
All right. And then, could you tell me what it says under chief complaint on that same page?
It says suicide gestures.
Okay. And my next question then, well, do you recognize this document?
It's been a while, I don't recognize my name.
But that document has Savannah's name on it,
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
And date of birth?
Yes,
And was she seen at this facility on that date?
I guess she was, yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask you a few questions here then about that. At that time, was Savannah taking any medications?
I don't recollect.
All right. Well, I will show you then within this document. There's a page here, and that says medication list.
Okay.
Can you review that and then tell me if there are any medications that appear to have been prescribed to Savannah? Are there some medications on there?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell me the names of those medications?
Concerta, Stratera, and I do believe there was one that, so no, it says prior to admission, there was just Concerta. It looks like discharge medication, there was Stratera was added to the Concerta.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to grab you there. All right, and do you recall why she went to the emergency department that day?
I don't recall.
Do you want to review this page?
Thank you.
And see if that helps refresh your memory?
I think this was the time that she had cut and her school.
Your Honor, I am going to object. That is someone else's record that she's attempting to refresh her recollection from. She has not made it. There's been no foundation that she made the record. I believe it would be improper for her to refresh her recollection from someone else's record.
She was present. She's
I
also...
think she can refresh her recollection, but I thought she still didn't know what, she didn't remember it.
Right.
Refreshing it. So now she's just having to read from the record that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
So I'll sustain that objection.
Tamil, was Savannah ever treated for a suicidal ideation?
I don't understand what ideation means.
Did she ever threaten to commit suicide?
I do not recollect her specifically threatening to commit suicide.
All right.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Okay, I said I did not specifically recollect her trying to commit suicide.
Well, Your Honor, I actually then will simply ask that Defense Exhibit E be admitted, and we previously discussed this. I don't
Is that
know if you're
right?
going to have any objection.
Well, is there a business record affidavit with that?
As previously provided, yes, there
Okay.
is.
Let's see what the specifically.
And this is from which facility?
Atlanta Health.
And that's, what, 36 pages, 37 pages?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that probably needs to be taken. These are from where?
Yes, it should be 37 pages there.
I filed the business record.
You did. I know know you filed the
And discuss
notice.
this with you.
Yeah, I know you filed the notice. I don't know if I've ever seen it, but yeah, I have no objection.
Thank you.
That's Exhibit E.
That's exhibit.
Yeah, you just.
Oh, thank you for reminding me for you. It's okay, I've got it. So Tamil, I wanted to ask you a few more questions about Savannah's admission to Prairie Care. And do you recall her ever, I'll back up, maybe not admission, but having been treated at Prairie Care?
Yes.
And do you recall that taking place?
Yes.
Okay, and did that take place in May of 2015?
That's something that would be right. I think that was after her first hospital stay. Essentially, right?
And was it just one time that she was treated at Prairie Care, or were there more than one time?
I do believe it was only once.
It was only once? Okay. So you don't recall Savannah having been treated in February of 2016 at Prairie Care?
I don't know.
And you wouldn't recall then speaking with anyone at Prairie Care because you don't recall Savannah being treated there?
I know she had been treated there. I'm not knowing which time you're referring to.
I'm referring to the February 4th of 2016 date.
I have to see based on when she was last hospitalized. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I can mark these as Defendant's Exhibit F. And if you would like to just review and confirm that Savannah's name is on there and see if that helps refresh your recollection. I do. And it is F. Prairie Care.
This is what, F?
Yes, it's Prairie Care records. This is
There you go.
It was attached on the other two, it just wasn't on the first page. Those are my notes that I will remove as admitted.
Okay.
All right, Tamil. This is Defendant's Exhibit F. And I'll have you take a look here at that first page and just see if that helps to refresh your recollection as to whether or not you recall that Savannah was treated at Prairie Care on February 4th of 2016. And is the date of birth the same as Savannah's?
Yes.
So you're saying today you don't recall her being treated at Prairie Care on February 4th of 2016?
I know she was treated at Prairie Care. I'm not sure how many times.
Do you recall the reason?
I do believe it was follow-up from the first hospitalization, or one hospitalization, so it was follow-up to work with her some more.
And what was the reason for the first hospitalization?
She was looking at disturbing information on a website, and they were discussing suicidal type subjects.
And from that, I guess that information, that was communicated to her healthcare provider?
Yes.
And her healthcare provider then recommended hospitalization?
I believe that we called her first, and then she did say to take her in for hospitalization, correct? And then we followed up with whatever the hospital had thought was best for her.
And did Savannah ever make an attempt at suicide?
No.
Have you ever reviewed any of Savannah's medical records?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And did anyone besides you typically take Savannah to a doctor's appointment or a medical appointment?
No, it was always me.
I will seek leave to admit Defendant's Exhibit F, but I will remove my post-it notes here shortly before I do so. I can let you inspect it if you so choose.
I have no objection if she removes the post-it notes, Judge. It is, does have a proper business record affidavit, and she has given us notice of that.
Appropriate minute.
I will present those to the court here in just a moment. Ms. Duvall is graciously removing my post-it notes. And Tamila, you said that Savannah also was treated in a business, her counselor was named John, is that correct?
The last counselor, yes.
Okay, and was part of that business called Solution or Solutions Counseling?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and did you attend some of those sessions with Savannah?
Yes.
And you took her to and from those appointments?
Yes.
And did you ever speak with the counselor in that case?
Usually I either start out speaking with him and updating him, or with end of session, he would spend some time with me.
Did you ever communicate any concerns about a potential suicide or Savannah being suicidal to her counselor?
Just the concerns of her change in behavior. Concerned about some of the writings.
What made you concerned about those writings?
They weren't my typical Savannah.
And what do you mean by not your typical Savannah?
She's a very happy-go-lucky girl, and some of those writings and some of the things that she would, look up or read were concerning. That she was, having some dark thoughts that I wasn't used to.
What specifically do you mean by dark thoughts?
Just not positive, happy-go-lucky girl, and just more anger with more prompts of anger. Just changing, she was my first girl teenager, and much of the way she was acting, I chalked up to identity issues, just general girl having some, just trying to figure herself out.
conversations with any of Savannah's healthcare providers regarding those dark thoughts?
When she was admitted into the hospital for the first time, that's why she was looking up things that were darker in nature, that was concerning enough so that we wanted to take it seriously.
Is dark thoughts a diagnosis that she received?
No.
Did she receive a diagnosis relating to her dark thoughts?
Along the lines of some depression issues, yes.
And so she was diagnosed with depression at some point?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if she was prescribed any medication for depression? Do you recall whether she ever had any plan to act on these dark thoughts?
No.
And do you recall whether you ever would have communicated with any healthcare provider regarding a concern that she might act on those dark thoughts?
I think as a mother, I wanted to make sure that she was safe, and is this normal? You know, first time I'd ever dealt with this, so I wasn't an expert by any means.
Did you notice any changes in home or family life that seemed to accompany these dark thoughts or dark periods?
She's just had more anger issues, yes.
Did it coincide with family changes?
Yes.
And were those family changes if you were dating someone or ended a relationship with someone? Did it seem to coincide with that?
Not really. No.
And you never expressed any concerns that you would have a dead child if she wasn't hospitalized?
I remember at one point thinking that the second hospitalization, they weren't taking the right steps to make sure that we as a family were equipped to make sure she was going to be fine. I didn't understand how to care for her when she was having these dark thoughts. I wanted to make sure she was safe.
What were you afraid would happen from these dark thoughts?
Based on my very limited knowledge, I was concerned that they would progress.
How would they progress?
I didn't know. I hadn't had that experience.
I will approach now with Exhibit F, which is medical records relating to Savannah Leckie. And Tamil, did Savannah, was she enrolled in what was abbreviated CADI, either a CADI or a CADI waiver? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did that stand for, let's see, Community Alternative Disability, whatever it stood for?
Yes.
Was it something relating to disability?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and did you, in order to get those benefits, you had to speak with a caseworker, correct?
Yes.
And you had to answer questions?
Yes.
And you had to answer truthfully, presumably?
Yeah.
And completely?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so at that time?
Yes.
And did you ever receive a copy of any of the paperwork, or did you have the opportunity to review any of the paperwork from the Minnesota Division of Social Services relating to that waiver?
I don't believe so. I may have.
And as part of that, did they interview you?
Yes.
And did they ask questions specifically relating, well, I'll back up a step. Why did you apply for this waiver? What was it going to do for you or for Savannah?
I gave her some more home benefits, things that, for instance, they provided us extra home security. She had a sub-level bedroom, so they put security in all the windows and doors and allowed me to be able to know who was coming and going. They provided her extra educational help, a computer, printer, many things that waiver would cover.
Can anyone just apply for that and receive it, or do you have to have some sort of special qualification?
I do believe you have to have a diagnosis. And I believe it was mainly her ADHD and Asperger's diagnosis that happened.
Okay, and so she did receive some benefits.
Yes.
But in order to receive that benefit, you had to give them information so they could ensure that she in fact qualified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to answer questions relating to Savannah's psychosocial history?
I guess I'm not familiar with that term.
Did you have to answer questions relating to Savannah's behaviors, emotions, and symptoms?
Yes.
And did you report that she causes injuries to herself?
Yes.
And that she was physically aggressive with her sister?
Yes.
And that she had a history of destroying property?
Yes.
And specifically that she would color on walls, slash chair tops, deface a desk, write on objects that don't belong to her?
That's correct, yes.
And she would isolate herself?
Yes.
She was susceptible to victimization?
Yes.
She suffered from both intrusive thoughts and impulse control?
Yes.
She suffered from anxiety?
I don't remember that diagnosis.
Even if she wasn't diagnosed, is that possible you could have answered that?
Yes.
And so you said you received additional security through this waiver? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you receive any other benefits?
Yes, they provided extra funds for her care.
Okay. And what were those funds to be used for?
Helping her with her extra care, paying people if necessary, or filling the gaps when I was caring for her full time.
And do you recall when you first received assistance or those payments?
Yeah.
And when you were supplying information for this waiver, did you also supply information about her activities of daily living, such as hygiene, eating? Okay. And did Savannah suffer from hygiene problems?
Yes.
Did she need assistance?
Yes.
Did she need reminders?
Yes.
Did she mind being dirty?
Yeah.
If someone didn't make her wash her hair or wash her body or brush her teeth, would she have done it voluntarily?
No.
Caseworker through the Wright County Division of Health and Human Services?
I think so, yes.
And you maintained regular contact with that agency?
Whatever was required of me, yes.
And was Savannah on a state-funded insurance?
Yes.
And she received the, I'm not sure, Katie waiver is what I'll call it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so that did require you to maintain contact with a social worker or something along those
I believe
lines?
they checked in from time to time when there was some requirements, but I'm not familiar anymore.
And would they have, did you have a duty under the Katie waiver to keep them informed of changes in diagnosis or behavioral health?
Not that I recall.
Were you ever contacted by anyone from the Wright County Division of Health and Human Services after Savannah was seen for inpatient treatment or had a different diagnosis?
Not that I recall.
Did Savannah ever make an allegation of abuse or neglect on you?
No.
She never did. There was nothing in June of 2016?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So you aren't aware of Savannah reporting that you were leaving her unsupervised at night with her younger siblings?
No.
And she also alleged that the discipline she was administering to her younger siblings was to knock their heads together?
I don't recall that, no.
You were never contacted about that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So you never had a conversation with anyone from Wright County Division of Health and Human Services?
Not concerning that situation, no.
Were there other situations that you were contacted about?
Yes.
Was there another allegation that Savannah made of abuse against a different family member?
Yes.
And was that Mike Evans?
No.
Who was that person then?
Her stepmother.
Her stepmother. So she never made an allegation of abuse against Mike Evans either?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
But she did make an allegation of abuse against her stepmother?
Correct.
And what was that? What was all entailed in that report?
Your Honor, objection, relevance.
The relevance here would be that if Savannah was in an abusive situation, she spoke out.
When she came home from parenting time with her father and stepmother and two siblings, I'm not recalling the exact time frame. The next day I received a phone call from her school that she had visible scratches on the top of her hand, her left hand, that I hadn't seen. I don't know if she didn't tell me about it or if, I'm not sure why, I didn't know about it prior, but we talked about it that night when she came home. But the teachers at school, or I think it was her case manager, noticed it. And she made a report, or had to report, after talking with Savannah what had happened. That's when I first learned about it from the school. And again, she that night had a counseling session with her therapist, John, at Solutions. And again, he, being a mandated reporter, also had to mandate report the scratches. And then now, since I knew as a mother, I was recommended that I also report it.
And so on June 10th, 2016, was that at a time when Savannah was in inpatient treatment?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there anything else special about June 10th, 2016 in your life? I'll show you what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit G. take a look at this and see if you can identify that?
Yes, very nice.
All right, and can you tell me what the date is on there?
June 10th, 2016.
And what is this? What is this exhibit?
That was a photo that my now ex-husband had posted along with an announcement that looks like we got engaged. Yeah.
Okay, and that was on June 10th of 2016?
That's correct.
But you don't recall anything about an allegation of abuse and neglect happening on June 10th, 2016?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'd ask the Defense Exhibit G be admitted, Your Honor.
I would object as the foundation. Additionally, I think it contains hearsay because it has some text written by Mr. Steves, and he's not present.
I'll fix the foundation problem. All right, Tamil, I'm going to show you again Defendant's Exhibit G. And can you tell me specifically who's in this picture?
Myself and my now ex-husband, Carrie Steves.
And do you know where this picture maybe came from or where it was posted from? Can you tell anything?
I don't see where we were, but...
I mean, was this from social media, does it appear to be?
I can't tell by looking at it. It looks like a screenshot to me. It doesn't have a header or anything at the bottom that says where it came from.
All right, so who is the other person here?
Carrie Steves.
And on this date, did you and Carrie become engaged?
It was either June 10th or June 9th, I don't recall. It was close around that date, yes.
Did you have a Facebook account on June 10th of 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you have occasion to see this photo on June 10th, 2016 on Facebook?
That would have been on my Facebook, but it looks like it was on somebody else. It looks like it was on Carrie's. I can't tell by looking at that's Facebook.
You were going to be engaged. You were engaged to Carrie Steves, correct? And you had a Facebook account.
Yes.
And he had a Facebook account.
Yes.
Were you Facebook friends?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall whether or not you saw this photo?
I recognize that photo, yes.
All right. And would you have seen it on Facebook?
I don't recall.
Is this the first time you've seen this photo?
No.
Okay, so you have seen this photo before?
Yes, it's probably in one of my phones.
Okay. Did you take the photo?
I believe it's a selfie. Either he took it or I took it, I can't tell.
So regardless, you recognize this photo?
I do.
And was the photo taken on June 10th of 2016?
Yes, apparently.
All right, now I will seek to admit Defense Exhibit G.
I don't have any objection as to the foundation, Your Honor, but I still have the hearsay objection because it has the text in the photo, and the text is by Mr. Steves, allegedly, and Mr. Steves is not here present. Okay.
I am not introducing this necessarily for the truth of the matter, and whenever it says that they are engaged, she just testified that they're engaged.
That they were engaged, but it's still hearsay.
Yes, it still goes towards the truth of the matter asserted that she was engaged on that day, and that's what is being offered to prove. Your Honor.
Now I won't seek to admit. Actually, I have one more question for you, Tamil. Was this picture taken at a hospital?
I don't recall. No.
Were you at a hospital on June 10th of 2016? Okay. To receive the Katie waiver, did you have to sign some releases of information with the Division of Health and Human Services?
I don't recall.
I please request a short break? I'm actually going to probably have to retrieve a large volume of records that I wasn't intending to admit.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Thank you. maybe adjourning for the day to allow the state an opportunity to review those records, and maybe even tonight have between parties that have a conversation regarding that.
That's correct, Judge. Yeah, but as far as we could tell, the state never received those records. There was a notice saying that they had been received and that the affidavit had been filed, but as far as we can tell, we've never had those records in our possession, so we would like an opportunity to review them.
All right. So we're done for the day, is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Cross the record. Okay, you stole this out. This is like trying to win in a night when you just kind of stole out. You need a pitcher that isn't quite ready to come in and relieve.
I will tell you, it's not stalling for lack of energy. I'll just tell you that.
So we'll see you at 8:30 in the morning?
Judge, I can't be present until
9 o'clock.
Yes.
Right, 9 to 9:15, we'll see you in the morning.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you want it? I mean, the trash
I sent those medical records to you electronically.
Which ones? The ones that, yeah, you did send us.
Because I had mine, it is, and I think I know I put it out. I gotta make sure I get it.
Recently,
People have to. You want to go straight over?
Y'all can do that. Until they don't lock the doors, I can do this in the car. They watch this or something. 7. A little bit,
If
yes.
Frederick got them, Dave would know, and Dave doesn't have them, so I don't think anybody. If Frederick had gotten the 600 pages of records, you would know. Yeah, they would be right there, yeah.
I would say have them here firsthand. I would say have them here.
you.